Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our April 14th, 2026 Historic Preservation Board in the City of Miami Beach. I'm Lindsay Lovell, the chair, and I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney to explain how you can participate in this meeting.
Thank you. Good morning. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board is being conducted in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. Those wishing to participate via Zoom may dial 888-475-4499, which is the toll-free number, and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#. Or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Individuals wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if participating by phone. Before I swear in those who are testifying, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, including as an architect, attorney, or representative of an applicant or an objector, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office before you speak to the board. You do not have to register if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself, you are testifying as an expert witness, providing scientific, technical, or other specialized testimony in this public meeting, or you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support for or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. I will now swear in everyone who is physically present in the commission chambers and intends to testify. Virtual speakers will be sworn in one by one before addressing the board. So if you will be giving testimony, please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will be giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Now, before we begin, I just want to go over the attendance today. We do have 6 of 7 members present. Ray Breslin is absent today. I'd like to welcome our newest member, Nick Jelpe. He served on the planning board for several years, so welcome to this board, Nick. The first item we have on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the March 17th meeting. That's okay.
I'll make a motion to approve them.
Okay,
Second.
So Mitch made the motion, Elizabeth seconded the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we have 2 requests for continuances. The first is HPB 25-0683 for 1680 Collins Avenue and 1671 James Avenue, the San Juan Hotel. Is the applicant here for this application? Hi, Mr. Larkin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here is the applicant. He cannot be here today, and we're further refining the plan, so we respectfully request a continuance till June.
Just let me get the June meeting date.
I guess I'll make a motion to continue the item.
That's the June 9th meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Haskell was the second to the motion. All in favor? But actually, before that, do we take any public comment on the request for continuance? And there's nobody online with their hand raised, so all in favor of the motion to continue this application to the June 9th meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Great. Thank you very much.
The next request for continuance is HPB 25-0656 for 1600 Washington Avenue, 425 16th Street, and 1601 Drexel Avenue. Mr. Kasdan?
Good morning, Neeson Kazan, representing the applicant, the property owned by Ambassador Sejas. We request a continuance of the May meeting.
Is there anybody in the audience, public comment on the request for continuance for this application? Seeing none, anybody online? There's nobody online with their hand raised. Can I get a motion to continue this to the May meeting, May 12th?
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by
Second.
Mr. Novick, seconded by Ms. Camargo. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion
Thank you.
passes 6-0. Is the applicant here for 230 Palm Avenue? Is he online? Let's see. If the applicant is not here for 230 Palm Avenue, I suggest we move on to the next application, which is the W Hotel, which is HPB 25-0676 for 2201 Collins Avenue. Give me just a minute. So this application, again, is HPB 25-0676.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we're still waiting for a couple members of our team to assemble. So if it's possible,
Sure.
can we put this off a little bit, a few minutes?
No problem.
Thank you.
Do we have the applicant here for the 235 Washington Avenue?
Well, I want to continue the tradition that Neeson just started.
Nice.
We have a couple of members of our team that are still coming, and I would greatly appreciate tabling this until a little bit later.
Okay. Moving too fast today.
But in front of Neeson's, but later.
This is the only chance. How
Thank
about
you.
the applicant for the Decoupage, 100 Lincoln Road?
Forward.
Hi, Carlos.
I am in a similar situation. Our design team, Kobe Carp and Jose Gomez, are on their way. Kobe Carp has actually requested if he could be heard after noon, but if that's not possible, our other architect, Jose Gomez, will be here around 10.
Okay.
However, if, for whatever reason, I'm happy and I'm very prepared to give the presentation myself. It's a very nice project. I'm very excited to present to you guys, so
Thanks, Carlos.
thank you.
Let's move on to the next applicant for 298 Lincoln Road. Are they here in the audience? 298 Lincoln Road?
298 Lincoln Road.
Going once, going twice? Okay. The next application, the citywide digital informational kiosks. Anybody here for that application? Alfredo? Are you ready for the discussion item?
All right, let Alfredo go.
Well, since you said I was last, my client did fly down, and he's not here yet.
Okay.
And I also Kobe's part of our project, so you had told us by around noontime. But so, you guys, come on,
We'll
guys.
take a little break then. We'll take a break till the applicant gets here. One
Sorry,
applicant.
so the kiosks are ready to go?
Okay.
We're ready? Kiosks are ready.
Give me a second, I'll tee up that application.
Call Matt, see where he is.
Before you begin, Mr. Larkin, I just want to inform everyone here that we do have a board member leaving at 1 o'clock today.
Okay,
So we'll be down to 5 people at 1 o'clock.
understood. Thank you
Okay.
for that.
So the next application, which is the last application on the agenda today, which is going first, is HPB 26-0685, the digital information kiosks. These are 2 locations on Washington Avenue. This includes Washington Avenue and 8th Street and Washington Avenue and 12th Street. Now, the applicant is requesting a continuance of the part of the application that includes the kiosk that was proposed for Espanola and Drexel. So as part of this, we'd ask for 2 motions, if the board is comfortable with approving the kiosk. One, to approve the locations on Washington Avenue, and the second motion to continue the location along Espanola and Drexel to a future meeting date. Now, these kiosks came before the board about 1 or 2 years ago, and the board reviewed a modified design for the historic districts that was different than the districts that were outside the historic districts, with this profile wave. So this application maintains that same design as approved by the board as part of the application. Now, this is, as part of this overall review process, the city commission required that for any application for these kiosks requires a mail notice to all the residents of the city. So everybody in the city that lives here is a resident. We've got a mail notice. We received several comments asking people asking, why did I receive this mail notice? I'm so far away. Well, the commission required that everybody be noticed when these kiosks came before the Historic Preservation Board. So at this time, the Washington Avenue kiosks meet the requirements for distance separation from the corner, for providing the minimum pedestrian widths and clearances along the sidewalk. So we are recommending approval of the 2 locations along Washington Avenue and continuance of the application regarding the address of the Drexel Avenue and Espanola location to a future date. I'll turn over to Mr. Larkin for his presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Balouche. Good morning again, Madam Chair, Board Members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I think the lesson we all learned today is get here at 9, because you never know. And I apologize for the confusion that my applications caused you all. I think you all remember this from prior years. We came before you. You had asked for an evolution in the design to better match the Miami Beach environment. We responded very well. We had Bill Lane come in and reshape the design of the kiosk to make it much more consistent with the Miami Beach ethos. And we were successful in that regard. And the kiosks have been installed in large part. And as you can see, they're in different parts of the city now, looking quite nice. And now we'd like to invite Gibran and Nick up to the podium. They're going to give you a presentation regarding these new sites.
Good morning, board members. My name is Gibran Sher Mohammed. I'm Executive Vice President for Ike Smart City and a proud, punctual applicant. Thank you for hearing us today. I want to give you guys just a brief summary of our business and our program, considering that many of the board members here weren't present at the prior many board meetings where we've presented. And I'm happy to rush through this as you guys see fit. Please feel free to let me know if I should move along. We do have a presentation that we sent ahead of time. Great, thank you. Does this clicker work, or should I just ask for next slide? Let's go to the next slide, please. There we go. Okay, so our company is the most widely distributed interactive kiosk provider in the nation. We have installed and operate this program everywhere in the country, ranging from here in Miami Beach all the way to Seattle, from as far northeast as Philadelphia and southwest as San Diego. We have installed this program and operated it through multiple types of urban environments and through multiple types of weather. As you can see here, we're live in Minneapolis, where we've been for many years, where it's shiveringly cold. And the snow cleanup has been successfully managed, and in Houston, where we deal with the sea salt air, and of course, in Miami Beach as well. We are very proud of the technical innovations we've made in this program. Just by way of background, you walk up to the kiosk, you tap the screen, and it unlocks, and it opens a series of applications. They help you figure out where to eat and drink, where to shop, where to play, where to stay, broadly how to navigate the city. But unlike your phone, where when you go to Google or Yelp, it's showing you those businesses that have paid for search engine optimization at the top, this organizes based on proximity. So when you select eat and drink and you select a restaurant, it's going to organize based on proximity. So that way your local businesses who aren't able to pay the big rates to compete with national brands on search engines are seeking a way to promote themselves. They're elevated to the top of the listing because they're closest to the kiosk. And these kiosks are located, as you'll see, at multiple locations throughout the city. So the net effect is that your local businesses end up with prioritized placement across the city in the search engine function. Nobody's able to pay for elevated placement, so there isn't any sort of sorting mechanism besides simple proximity when you select directory. In addition to that, we're helping people find food aid, addiction recovery resources, safe shelter. by way of reminder, the city pays nothing for this program. We install the program. You'll see here, this is the customized design based on feedback from this board and recommended coordination with Bill Lane to develop this design. You guys have seen these across the city. This is the design of the network across the nation. So you can tell here a significant departure from the nationwide design to create a Miami Beach specific design for this program that's been implemented here. Happy to go through any of the other specific elements we've developed. We work closely with MDPL and other organizations across Miami Beach to develop beach-specific not only design but also applications. You can do an Art Deco walking tour on the kiosk to help you understand the historic nature of all the buildings in your surroundings. I think everyone is familiar with all the functionality. The kiosks also broadcast emergency warnings when there's an emergency event. The city has a direct feed to broadcast that information right away. The city pays nothing for the program, and we show ads on the screen when the kiosk is not being used. Those ads are how we generate revenue for the program, and we share revenue back with the city as well. We've also worked closely with community organizations in the city. We have submitted letters of support from the Wilsonian, the Jewish Museum of Florida, Miami New Drama, Miami City Ballet, New World Symphony, and kind of the list goes on. Not only do we have letters of support from these organizations, but also we collaborate with them closely to develop applications that support their mission as well, all free for these organizations, and push them out on the kiosk network again for free. Here are a few examples of some of these collaborations with community organizations who have really enjoyed this collaboration with us. Here's a brief timeline of the program. We were awarded an RFP back in 2022. We came before this board and the design review board multiple times, so many of you probably remember, and then iterated on the design multiple times as well through the feedback of this board and the design review board, and of course collaborating with Bill Lane. This map shows the number of units installed. The entire deployment contemplates 30 units. We're here today working on 2 units as part of the first phase implementation. Again, as was referenced earlier, we're obligated to send out notifications to property owners across the city, and we did that. And then this shows a number of our content restrictions, nothing sexually explicit, nothing violating the city's sponsorship policies, no tobacco, no firearms. Happy to make sure all of you guys have seen this if you'd like it in your inbox or anything. Besides that, I want to quickly get to the specific sites we're discussing here today. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleague Nick to talk through the specific sites.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? So here is a map of the previously approved locations, along with the 2 locations we are seeking approval for today. Red pins indicate the locations previously approved by the Historic Preservation Board, while the 2 green pins are the locations previously approved by the Design Review Board. And then the 2 locations we're seeking for approval today are in orange. And within the Washington Avenue corridor, there are currently 2 active kiosks, one at Washington and 10th Street and another at Washington and 6th Street. The 2 proposed locations today are at Washington and 8th Street and Washington and 12th Street, and this would create a consistent every other block cadence for kiosk placement within Washington Avenue. So moving on to the first proposed location, this image provides a satellite overhead of the proposed placement with the arrow indicating the location on the west side of Washington Avenue. And some background on why this location was selected. One, it aligns with the every other block cadence I mentioned on Washington Avenue and has the support of the Washington Avenue bid. This site is also located near Old City Hall and several museums and sits within close proximity to high-dense retail and restaurants along Washington Avenue. And importantly, the proposed placement maintains a 10-foot clear pedestrian walkway and ADA compliance. So this map here shows the zoning of the nearby area surrounding the kiosk. As you can see, it's all zoned commercial. And then here are some renderings of the proposed kiosk placement One thing to note is you'll see that the placement is offset from the entrance of that adjacent business to ensure that customers can walk in and out of the exit there without any impediment. So here are some more renderings of the proposed kiosk placement. And here are some drawings showing the sidewalk width, proximity to nearby bus shelters, and adjacent businesses. And moving on to the second proposed location at Washington and 8th Street, here is an overhead satellite view. You'll see that the proposed kiosk placement there is on the northeast corner of the intersection. So in addition to maintaining that every other block cadence I mentioned, this location sits within a large pedestrian bump out, which serves as a natural stopping point for pedestrians along Washington Avenue. This site is surrounded by numerous restaurants and retail. So this would be a great spot for a kiosk with directory listings so people can find the nearby places to visit. And the site maintains a pedestrian walking path of over 10 feet in ADA compliance. Again, here is the zoning of the nearby area. You'll see that it's zoned commercial. And some renderings. Again, similar to the other location, this one's offset from the entrance of the nearby business to ensure no obstruction to the exit and entrance. And then you could also see the large pedestrian bump out there on the sidewalk. So here are some renderings. And again, here are drawings of the proposed kiosk placement showing the dimensions from nearby objects, sidewalk width, bus shelters, and adjacent businesses. And here are a few photos of actual Miami Beach kiosks. So here is one on Lincoln Road and Meridian Avenue, another on Lincoln Road and Pennsylvania Avenue, and another on Collins and 16th. And with that, happy to answer any questions on the sites or the program.
Yeah, do we have any board disclosures?
I have a disclosure. The architect, Bill Lane, has done work for me in the past.
Okay. Any board questions?
I have a disclosure too. I met with Matthew Amster about this item on a Zoom call. Also, William Lane has been to my house for dinner.
Now that we've done disclosures, any questions from the board for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question. Something you said piqued my interest. Addiction recovery resources. That's, I imagine, in the event a homeless person should go up to the kiosk and inquire for some help.
Not just them. In a lot of cities, the police services or emergency dispatch services will approach the kiosk with somebody who's seeking help or when called to a location in order to find the nearest by resources. In all places, emergency services don't have ready access to that information, so providing it on the kiosk presents another outlet for them to serve someone in need in that moment.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I have a few questions for staff. Are we just confirming the location of these? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, just confirm the location. It's not to redesign the whole application. So just to let you know, for comparison purposes, the part of the application pertaining to the location on Espanola and Drexel is one that we had a concern with regarding the size and that location. So they're working on that. So definitely the overall size and location is up to your purview. This location does meet the minimum requirements as specified in the contract.
Okay.
So I have a few general questions. So you mentioned that there are 3 more to finish the first phase, right? So that will bring us to 15 kiosks. And do you have more phases already planned?
one more phase of 15 under our contract, but we have to go back to the full commission for that phase, and then we'll be coming back here for those locations. So the next phase will not be advancing without further approval here.
Thank you. And so how do you measure the success of your kiosks?
Two factors. First, by usage. We're very proud of the fact that nationwide, the kiosks receive over 750 interactions per month per kiosk. In Miami Beach, we have some of the most anywhere in the country. In addition to that, revenue. We're sharing a significant sum of revenue with the city. We share financial reports on a regular basis.
And my next question is for the city. Have you received any complaints regarding the kiosk, the maintenance of the kiosk, anything like that?
I haven't heard of any such issues or complaints.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
The advertising on the kiosks, is there any, I assume it's whoever wants to pay for it? Is it any preference for local businesses to advertise on the kiosk? I assume they'll pay too if they advertise.
So local businesses are provided a discounted rate card.
Okay.
So local businesses actually, first, they're presented on the kiosk for free on the directory.
Right.
So when you're searching something, they don't pay for that. But if they want to broadcast on the passive mode, which is kind of the ad slideshow, they have a discounted rate card up to 50%.
What type of percentage do you get of local businesses in Miami Beach? Many? As far as advertising on the kiosk?
Nationwide, we're about 80-20. About 80% of advertisers are big national brands and 20% are local. We're building a local sales force in Southern Florida, so the objective is to sell more to those local advertisers at that discounted rate card. And so we're attempting to increase that business.
Okay, thank you.
Any businesses precluded from advertising on your?
Sure. And if whoever is running the slideshow can go back to that slide, anything lewd and tobacco, firearms, competitive products to the city-wide sponsorship program, businesses that engage in activity that require the exclusion of minors. This is all a list pulling from our contract that's been executed with the city.
Thank you.
Sure.
Haskell?
I have a question. On the one in the 1200 block, why did you not position it on the 1100 block? Where you have it currently positioned, you only have 5 foot of clearance or 6 feet of clearance to the building, and it really impedes the flow of pedestrian movement. On the adjacent block in front of City Hall, there's plenty of room to maneuver around that. And when you look at the rendering that you're proposing, you can see how it obstructs it in the southbound view. Why haven't you placed it on the 1100 block?
Yeah, one thing to note is that we have to be 250 feet from any bus shelter. So this placement is due to that offset requirement.
Where's the I'm sorry, I didn't see the bus shelter. Where's this?
So the one that is closest will be,
Could we please go to the presentation on the screen? Thank you.
yep, north of the intersection, but there's also one to the south, I believe.
So if you look on the circle on the right-hand side of this page, there's a yellow little circle below the big red circle. That yellow circle is the location of the bus shelter. And so you can see we're obligated to be at that obligated to be that distance from the bus shelter.
I missed the yellow little circle.
Sure, sorry. And we're trying to point it out on the screen here. It's where the cursor is on the screen.
Why is the proximity to the bus shelter a requirement?
That's pursuant to the city's agreement with Outfront for the bus shelters and the same provisions reflected in our agreement with Ike for the digital kiosks.
You have one on 8th Street now? You're proposing one on 8th Street?
Yep.
I guess that's an equidistant point, 12th Street to the 15th Street. But one of the things that I want to see is this city littered with kiosks everywhere you look. I don't think this particular block warrants it. I don't oppose it on 8th Street where there's plenty of pedestrian movement and on Espanola Way. But in this particular location, I can't support it.
One of the other factors in citing these locations has been feedback from the Washington Avenue bid. And they've been instrumental in our citing. And so all of these locations have not only been vetted by them, but also are first contemplated with their recommendation.
Questions? Any other questions? So we'll go to any public comment?
We do have some people with their hand raised online. The first is Johan Moore.
Johan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Good morning, board members and staff. I'll actually start by saying I did have my hand up when the continuances were being discussed, and I will permit myself a comment on that before commenting on the kiosks. The public is disadvantaged by continuances. The public has a strong suspicion that continuances are frequently employed by developers in order to outlast the public and demoralize it after repeated continuances from in fact showing up to express its concerns or objection to a project. And it was noteworthy that there was much amusement in the audience at various presenters and developers being late. That also inconveniences the public. On the subject of the kiosks, I think there has been a strong sense that they are incompatible with the historic district. I do not believe this board has the right today to object to certain locations, but or to prevent those from being placed there. But if you choose to express your disapproval of placement of these in the historic district, I think that would find much support in the community. Thank you.
Our next caller is Nico DeLuke.
Nico, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hi, yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I just, as a resident of South Beach, specifically Miami Beach in general, I wanted to echo some of the previous commenters' sentiments. I think at the end of the day, these kiosks really provide nothing for the public of the city of Miami Beach. They're ugly, they're inconvenient, they impede traffic, they don't really add anything to the city. I think it's an extractive proposition that we're seeing this morning. I don't see how this benefits anybody who actually lives in the city of Miami Beach. I actually don't see how it benefits tourists. As somebody who's lived in a few different cities throughout the world in my life, to be frank, I think what these end up turning into is entertainment for homeless people. And while we certainly hope that the unhoused get the help that they need, I don't think that installing giant TV screens on the street is the answer. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Troy Wright.
Troy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Troy Wright, Executive Director, Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. We enjoy the kiosk. As a matter of fact, I've talked to many of the business owners. They like the functionality of it and the convenience of them. The kiosks are more than just information points. They're a layer of support for the entire corridor. And they also help visitors feel comfortable, help residents stay informed, and reinforce really a safer and more connected Washington Avenue. I'm on the street every single day, and I cannot tell you how many people have come up to me asking me where Ocean Drive is, where the beach is, understanding that it's only 2 blocks away. So they're informative, and I think they're insightful, and I think they are a help to the visitors and the tourists, and we support them on Washington Avenue.
That concludes our online callers.
Okay. Any board commentary? No? Okay. So staff has asked for,
I'm sorry, Lizzie, may I? I
Yes,
have a
you
quick
may.
question for you. The one on Washington, close to 12th Street, what's the minimum distance you mentioned you need to have between the kiosk and the bus shelter?
250 feet.
Okay, because I was going to suggest if you could move a little closer to the corner, because even though you're not overlapping it with the front of the restaurant, it's still very close to the front of the restaurant. And on busy evenings, when you have the customers coming in and out, and if you have a group of tourists trying to figure out where to go, that may create a little bit of a commotion in front of the restaurant. Since you have a few feet to afford, because it's only, you have currently 268, so you have a little wiggle room. So I would suggest to move a little closer to the intersection with 12th Street.
We can accommodate that. Just for background information, we did cite that location with Troy and notice to the restaurant owner. So not only are they aware, but they were comfortable with that siting and approved of it and, saw no issue there. I think in photograph, it may look a little closer than how it feels in real life, especially because we have that clear path of travel as well. So there's a good amount of distance between the kiosk and the doorway. But to the extent that it's critical for approval today, adjusting it a few feet closer to the intersection is no problem for us.
That's Tony's Sushi, right?
yeah, it's Tony's. Mitch?
Yeah, what about changing or modifying the orientation? You say there's a great amount of distance. What are you talking, 5 feet?
No, we have actually the distance in the drawing. We can show you. Do you have the exact distance from back of kiosk to back of sidewalk?
Yep. It's a little tight here. It looks like 6.5 feet.
Well, I don't think that's the one we're talking about.
Oh, sorry.
12th Street also says 6.5.
Oh, yeah, this is the one.
Yeah, that's it.
So we have a minimum setback of 5 feet of clear path of travel between back of kiosk and back of sidewalk. But then if you go to the elevation drawing, you'll see that also the door is recessed a little bit. Go to the,
Yeah.
and you'll see the door is recessed a little bit. That adds another 5 feet or so. And so we end up with, it's 6 feet from the back of kiosk to the back of sidewalk, and then it's several feet from that location to the door, which is why there was enough space. But if your preference is to move further towards the intersection by a couple of feet, call it 5 or 10 feet, we're happy to accommodate that.
What about changing the orientation?
So changing the orientation is problematic because it's dual-sided interactive. You end up with one person with their back to traffic interacting with the kiosk, and that presents an immediate safety concern.
Got it.
I would think if you shifted closer to Tony's, you would need to re-engage with them and discuss that again, but.
That's right.
Do we have a motion?
I would make it a motion to approve. I don't know if we need a condition, anything said, if anybody wants to add, but I would motion to approve.
Did you want to add a condition to that, Nick?
I didn't, but if
Okay.
anyone else does.
Is there a second to that motion for approval? This would to approve the 2 locations on Washington.
My motion was just to approve, but if you want to add a condition to that, feel free.
I don't want to approve that particular location.
Your mic,
Just-
please.
As I said, I can't support that particular location simply because it really impedes the flow of pedestrian movement. If they're willing to move it 1 block south, I'm okay. The other locations, I don't have an issue with, but the way I see it, it's just an obstacle for people moving around it.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Okay, is there another motion? Or discussion?
No, I was just going to suggest, so since we have one of our board members is not it's not approving this location, should we separate and vote location per location?
And board member, if your preference is to move it call it 5 feet closer to the intersection, and that would, lead to that approval. We're friendly to that adjustment if that would make you comfortable with both
Right.
sides.
So I just need to clarify, because I went back to look at the photo. So in the future, it would be interesting if you mark on the plan where the entrances are, because the photo, depending on the angle, it's a little bit misguiding. So the kiosk right now, if I look on page 03 of the package, it shows a little bit off from the door of the business 1210. And it seems that there is one door right behind it, but maybe that's not the one that's being used by Tony Sushi, and there is another door further down the street. So there is this door here,
Yeah,
and
that's
that
the-
door.
this
That's
is
the
the-
main entrance? So that's right in front of their door?
I think drawing number to the right, I'm happy to approach and share this with you. You'll see that this angle is oblique, but if you're
Right.
looking at a direct angle, you'll see that it's actually offset from the door. And I'm happy to
That's for the
approach.
ice cream shop on the right. On the left, Tony's door is right behind that sign on the rendering on the right, right?
Right. And I'm happy to approach you and show you this, but the intention is for it to be offset from the door. But if what you would like is for us to move closer to the tree, right?
Yeah, I just don't think the kiosk should be in front of the door. And it's, from the picture, it's difficult to tell, as you mentioned, because of the angle. And in the floor plan, there is no indication of entrances.
You're right.
So in the future, maybe easier for us to understand better the issue.
Absolutely.
If you indicate that.
Absolutely, and what we can do today to just, ensure, consistency with your preference, we could just commit to moving it 5 feet closer to the tree at minimum, right? So that way,
Avoid the door.
we know for sure that there's gonna be 5 additional feet. We're happy to include that, and we're friendly to that amendment, at a minimum of 5 feet further closer to that tree. And that way, you have a certainty that we're accounting for your concern.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So,
I do, just one more
Go ahead,
comment.
Haskell.
Just one more question. Are you willing to relocate it to another block?
This is the only site that's available to us because of the bus shelter placement. We would love to look at additional blocks, but it was after months of diligence with city staff that we were able to even find these 2 locations. Also working, of course, with the Washington Avenue bid to make sure that it was serving their constituents as well. So these 2 locations are like finding puzzle pieces, accounting for the 250 distancing from bus shelters, and then, of course, making sure we're fitting with the preferences of the Washington Avenue bid.
I'm sorry, the bus shelter is to the north of it, I assume, right?
and to the south.
Let's go to the plan.
To the south or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, the closest bus shelter is to the north of it.
But this doesn't show the other bus shelters on the other blocks. So this only shows the closest bus shelter, but there's another bus shelter.
Can I remake my motion? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's like Mitch had a commentary question, I'm not sure.
Back to the orientation, how about a 45-degree angle?
Again, we're going to end up with a greater exposure of somebody with their back towards the street, even at a 45-degree angle, because you're going to have blind traffic behind you. And, that's going to be a massive liability for the city and for us.
So I have a question related to what Ms. Camargo pointed out. I believe she said that there was 268 feet from the bus shelter in front of the police station between 11th and 12th. And so what we're talking about here, your suggested modification is 5 feet, but where does that where does that edge, that 18 feet put us? Because I think where most people are suggesting is on a corner is better than kind of mid-block. So I'm curious, where does 18 feet put us? Do you know standing here?
No. If you want to modify the recommendation to say that we're as close to the bus shelter as possible, but the concern we have is that we just can't, exceed our 250 feet distancing. But besides that, we just want to find the right location here and, of course, not impede entry and exit from that restaurant.
So I'm going to suggest that we break them into 3. Okay. So we've talked a little bit about 12. Let's talk about 8th Street, right? 8th Street? Sorry, 8th Street. Do we have a motion for 8th Street?
Yeah, I think it works well in that location. There's plenty of space. I would make a motion to move it forward as submitted.
So we have a motion, I guess, as per staff recommendations for
For
8th
Washington and
Street.
8th Street.
For Washington 8th, yes. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes unanimously, okay. We're going to talk about recommendation for approval for the Washington and 12th Street with the additional conditions.
I would just say, longtime customer of Tony's Sushi. Yeah, the door is right where it is. And I'd be happy to make a motion to move it forward, the condition that it shifts, but I think they should have some say-so in that. So I don't want to like mandate that you put it in place in front of Tony's without them giving some feedback. So I don't know exactly how to condition that, but I'd make a motion to move it forward with a condition, or we could continue.
May I respond?
Sure.
And so we'd be happy to say something to the effect of, at minimum, we move it another 5 feet towards the intersection, so we know there's that clearance. But then between the 5 and the 18 feet left outstanding, we'd like to just collaborate with Tony's Sushi and with the Washington Avenue bid. So a minimum of 5 feet distance, we'd be happy.
You're moving it then closer to Tony's, right? That's what.
No, south, moving it south, towards the palm tree.
So more into the middle of Tony's, yes, if,
Can we pull up the plans again?
so the northernmost door is the entrance to Tony's.
Yeah, that's their, yeah, basically right in line with the sign is their door.
So I believe what the board member is suggesting is to move it closer to that tree, so we're further away from that door. And what I'm suggesting is let's go at a minimum of 5 feet, but between the 5 and 18, we have the latitude to collaborate with the actual owner of that business to make sure that we're just managing any concerns they have about that spacing. And of course, the Washington Avenue bit, excuse me.
And working with staff, of course, to confirm that new location, including input from the restaurant owner.
Are there restrictions related to the placement of the light pole and the sign? I mean, I know they're represented on your drawing, I'm just curious, are there restrictions there?
Our preference is to make sure that a wheelchair can always pull up to a kiosk. And so, accessibility compliance isn't always the clearest code sections, but we want to make sure there's enough space for a wheelchair to pull up, turn around 360 degrees in case they need to turn and pull away. And so that's what we try to manage with other things in the right of way, which we believe we can accommodate in that 5 to 18 feet concern.
I think it's like threading a needle. If we don't have to continue, I'd be comfortable to move it forward with that condition that Elizabeth mentioned.
I'm just trying to verify the location of that restaurant.
There's 2 doors, but the main door is to the north.
That's the main door. Here? Yeah, the black door. No, the black door, okay.
Yeah, but it's 2 stories.
So this is, yeah. So it looks like moving it to the south is going to be placing it more in front of Tony's.
It will, but
It will, but not in front of their door.
Okay.
It'll be more in front of their window, which is, I think, the board member's concern is we should accommodate their preference in the window orientation.
Because it looks like either way, you have a door, you have to have it separate from the palm tree, and to the north side is going to be blocking that one door, and to the south side is going to be blocking, there's a light pole there, so I guess you have to move it to the south of that, so it may be more like, probably more than 10 feet.
So the door marked 1208 is not used as a entrance. It may be emergency exit, but it's not used as an entrance.
The customers know.
There's approximately 17 feet from the current location and that palm tree. So
we have room
the
to navigate.
spacing
5 to 10
between the
feet.
palm tree
Wait.
and the doors, I think, is fine.
Which palm tree are we talking about?
In the image, it was the one on the left.
South.
The south of the kiosk.
I'm happy to approach you with this if you want to see it.
Yeah, south is to the left, And so there's 17 feet between that current placement and that tree.
I mean, how
So
wide
that
are these
seems
windows?
decent
3 feet?
leeway for
Maybe. 6.
appropriate spacing away from doors and the ADA access to the kiosk.
So how far south do we want to move the kiosk?
I would say 5 to 10 feet south.
At minimum 5, but then the remaining, whether it's above 5 or not, is going to be a product of conversations with the property owner, with the sushi restaurant and the Washington Avenue bid.
Can I add that
Is that-
condition, Nick, 5 to 10 feet?
Is that something staff can
So I
manage?
think if we can add a condition regarding that this location should also be reviewed in consultation with the restaurant location that's adjacent to the sign?
And the bid.
Okay.
I would move it with that condition.
Do we have a second of that motion with that condition?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed, the motion passes 5 to 1. Mr. Mayor opposed.
Thank you.
And we need one other motion
We
to
need to
continue.
move to continue.
Yes.
Oh, which meeting do you want to continue till?
To the July 14th, please.
Okay. So the motion would be to continue the location at Espanola and Drexel to the July 14th HPB meeting. We need a motion to continue that part of the application.
Make a motion.
Second.
Do we need public comment on that continuance?
Yeah, we can take public comment.
There was a public hearing on this application, and the staff recommendation always included the continuance.
Okay.
So motion made by Mr. Jelby, second, no, Ms. Camargo, second by Jelby. All in favor to continue the location at Espanola and Drexel to the July 14th meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Meyer opposed, the motion passes 5 to 1.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is the architect here for 230 Palm Avenue? Great, thank you. So the homeowner indicated that due to a flooding issue at the house, not because of the rain, but because of pipes, he cannot be here today. So the architect is here on the application for 230 Palm Avenue. This is again HPB 26-0688 for 230 Palm Avenue. This is a multi-process, multi-step application. It includes a request for a variance for a street side setback for the construction of a 1- and 2-story addition to this existing home, which was designated as an historic property back on October 18th of 2022. The house was originally constructed in 1938 by architect Harry Nelson. Back in the late 90s, substantial renovations were made to the home, which modified the entrance and garage structure. Now, as part of this application, it's not often that we see this before the board, is an ad valorem tax exemption. The code does allow for single-family home properties that are designated, that they can get a tax exemption for the city portion of the taxes for 10 years. Based upon a preliminary review of this application, it would result in approximately a reduction of about $1,500 per year over 10 years in terms of reduction. It's not a lot, but it's a little bit, and as part of this application process, there's no fees associated with this application, except for the fees required for mail notice for to mail the neighboring residents. So this application includes a variance. The code requires a 15-foot setback for a side facing a street. The applicant's proposing a single-story addition with a setback of 6 foot 1 inches. This follows an existing established terrace on that side. They're just constructing a single-story structure more for screening mechanical equipment. And then they have a second-floor addition on that same side that doesn't quite meet the minimum 15 feet, but it does meet the same setback of the ground floor, which is about 13 feet. So the first floor setback is 6 feet for a small addition, and the second floor setback is 13 feet for a second floor addition when the code requires 15 feet. We're also asking for a recommendation by this board. This board provides a recommendation to the City Commission regarding the ad valorem tax exemption. The City Commission makes the final review and approval of that ad valorem tax exemption. Like I said, the owner has been going through this process for quite a while now. He submitted his permit drawings. He's just waiting on this process because he can't do the construction until the board has to review this process prior to construction. After the construction is complete, staff reviews it to make sure that the construction was done in accordance with the plans, and then the county will approve the the tax exemption. That, would the architect for the application want to add anything to the presentation or go over the presentation?
Michael, can I just ask out of turn? So are we asked to approve the variance
Oh, yeah,
or just
sure.
the tax?
Today you're being requested to approve the side setback variance and are being asked to provide a recommendation to the city commission regarding the ad valorem tax exemption. We do have a presentation that the applicant submitted. Do you want to go over the presentation?
Yeah, good morning, guys.
If I could please swear you in first. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, Kyle Mayhew, I'm the engineer of record here on the project. The presentation we have is the set of plans. So if we want to jump probably to the site plan, and then we can go over some of the photos and elevations, we can take a look at what we're proposing. Perfect.
Should be able to. Oh, here, hold on.
There we go. Perfect, thank you. So yes, you can see on the right there, the proposed site plan. The area that we are requesting the variance for is in the plan northeast. It's actually the plan northwest, I'm sorry, it's actually the southeast corner. Maybe we can zoom in, right where the cursor is. So this will be a proposed utility room. The reason for this is during the addition that Mr. Belush was mentioning in the introduction, they did enclose the garage, and there's no proper area for electrical panels and other utilities at the time. So the other addition is on the second floor balcony on the opposite side. Again, both of these additions are in line with existing setbacks, so we're not proposing a reduction of any of the existing setbacks, rather just kind of bringing the building in line with what's already there. So we have some of the kind of historical significance or photos describing some of the other work on the facade. We are proposing new windows and doors, all of which are aligned with the existing architecture. This side here is the best shot available of what that existing side looks like, as well as what we're proposing over there. Again, not proposing to increase any of the setbacks, rather just come in line with what's already existing. So we have some existing and proposed elevations here. You can see the rear side of what that utility room will look like. And then we can also see the balcony on this elevation here. And that more or less depicts what we're doing. So yes, the owner unfortunately could not be here. It is his personal home. He lives at with his family. So the intent of this project is to make the space more livable for him and his growing family, extending the kitchen, adding that terrace, and putting the utilities in a more practical location. That's it.
Do we have any board disclosures?
No.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, do we have any public comment?
There's nobody online with their hand raised on Zoom?
Okay, anyone in the audience? No? Okay, board commentary.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application.
Wait, I think
I actually have some
commentary.
comments first, if you don't mind. Mitch. Are we awarding, do we have to, like, give a certificate of
Yeah,
appropriateness
so
or anything?
I would suggest, so it should be 2 votes on this. One would be the C of A, a second vote on the variance, and then a third on the recommendation for the ad valorem tax exception to the city commission.
Because I have a comment, maybe it's a question. The way the drawings are presented, it doesn't look like a particularly historic thing. The photographs do, and I'm wondering, are the details of the existing building, are those required to like remain, like the balustrade, the window muntins, because it looks like a lot of the windows.
Well, so we do have a condition regarding the window muntins. The balustrades are not original, they're new and they were not original to the house, they were later added, they were added on later on, so they're not historic.
Okay.
So
Can we pull the elevation drawings back up? The one that showed the existing and proposed west elevation, I think. Actually, sorry, maybe the east elevation. Can we see? These are proposed, but if you look in the existing, you see a more historic, like subdivision of the window panes with muntins. Those have all gone away.
So, but we do have a condition that requires that on the streets, on the side facing the street in the front, that they put back the historic configuration of the muntins. window
Okay.
panes, yes.
Yeah, the owner would like to keep the look of the house. I mean, that's their intent. So I think this is maybe the photo you're referring to with some of the muntins on the windows and such.
Yeah,
You know,
you've seen the photograph, yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely, the intent is to keep that look. So we have no objections.
And it looks like there are possibly little moldings above the windows.
Those were added on as well. So there's a lot, this is a very, very modest house originally. They added some decorative detail onto it. Really, the only original features that are left is the larger, wider surrounds around, for example, the window on the ground floor. So I think they can keep that same surround as part of their balcony that they're adding onto it, and it'll keep the same proportion of the opening, with lowering the sill down for a door and keeping the surround of the window.
Just one quick follow-up. And did the previous renovation, did that receive a certificate?
No, because that was all done in the late 90s, before the house was designated. So basically, the house came before the board back in 2022. There's been no changes to the home since that time, but the board designated based upon the conditions of the house as you see here. This is essentially as it was when the board looked at this back in 2022.
So once it's designated like this, there's no impetus to keep how it was configured when the...
Well, no, yeah, I think, we'll look at sort of, if they wanted to remove the balustrades and do something different, we could do that administratively because that's not original. We don't want to make them remove it. Like, one of the options would be to require them to remove all the stuff that was not original, but that was already added on, later on. So do you want to make them go through that process? And that's going to be more expensive, and then they're going to lose sort of the even benefit of having the tax exemption. So we're trying to give them the benefit of...
It's a challenge to
Right.
know what it was, what it's going to be with the amount of detail that
Really,
it is.
what's really important for this application is that it has the historic massing of the original house, and by adding on to it, we're not going to have a oversized home for the neighborhood. So it's really, keeping the feel and character of the original house, but not restoring it to its original condition, but also not doing a new home that's going to be overwhelming for the neighborhood. So that's the benefit here, really, allowing them to add on to the house, get the tax exemption, and not have an overbearing, home for the island.
Okay.
So if the house has been so much modified, how did it receive this historic designation?
I don't want to go back, that's a question I had, but I want to go back and second guess what the board did back, in 2022.
And do we have photos of the original house before all the
So
changes?
all we have is, which is in the set, we do have a microfilm copy of the front elevation where you can see if you look at, I'll find the page in the staff report.
Oh, in the staff report.
On page 9 of 11 of the staff report, you can see the original microfilm which showed you didn't have the two-story tower, so if you can maybe pull up the photo of the front elevation. So you see there even the elevation. Back in 1999, there was a two-story, entrance feature that was built to change the entire feature of the house. You had a gabled garage over the roof with the gables facing the side. So that was modified with a flat roof when that garage was converted to living space. So those were the major modifications that were done to the street side, to the front of the house. The only thing remaining in terms of the original character of the house is I think the second floor window and the ground floor larger window to the left side of the main entrance.
There were no balustrades in there, or no
Exactly,
balconies in that
that's why,
house, so.
exactly, that's why, but they had already built them, so we don't want to make them remove them. It would be very costly to take the house back to the original construction. But that would involve removing the entrance feature that they have now, and that's really, becoming at that point pretty excessive and negating the reason for designation. This really, we're seeing this more as like we're designating this house because it fits in with the massing and character of the neighborhood.
Thanks.
Even though it has been modified.
Yeah, neither do I. Michael, just want to point out, I'm sorry, Lindsay, I don't have, page 9 of 11 isn't in my staff report, which ends at page 6 of 6, so.
Really?
Two
Are we looking at?
Palm Avenue.
Oh, are you looking at the order or the staff
No,
report itself?
I'm looking at your staff report. Strange.
I think you're looking at the order.
You might be looking at the order, which is at the end of the staff report.
Excuse me?
The order is at the end of the staff report, it's 6 pages.
It's not part of mine. Yeah, okay. So it's all right.
It's there.
Okay.
Still looking for it. Okay, the pages.
Now, so how many motions do we need for this? 3?
3 motions, yes.
All right, so our first motion that we need, yeah, I mean, should we start with the certificate of appropriateness?
Yes,
And then the
let's go do
variance?
that
Okay.
first, right.
So, do we have a motion for certificate of appropriateness for 230 Palm?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I would second it so long as it includes the language about the month.
It does, yes.
Okay, yeah, I would second it.
Seconded by Mr. Jelpi.
Is that a friendly amendment? Or it
That was-
includes the language of?
it's already
what? Okay,
conditioned.
thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 6-0. A motion on the variance?
Right here, make that motion.
Do we have a second for the motion on the variance?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Jelpi. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-0. And lastly, a recommendation to the City Commission in favor of the ad valorem tax exemption.
Do we have a motion for the ad valorem tax, the recommendation to City Commission for the ad valorem?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second? You'll second?
Seconded by Mr.
Haskell
Meyer.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Good
Appreciate
luck.
it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The next application we're going to is going to be HPV 25-0676 for 2201 Collins Avenue, the W Hotel. So this application, the board may remember, came before you last month in March, and because of some concerns expressed by the neighbors, the board actually never reviewed the application, and the applicant at the time made a request for continuance and was continued to a date certain of today. Since that time, the applicant's attorneys have changed, and so the new attorney for this application has revised the application, not physically with the plans, but they provided an updated letter of intent, which I did pass along to the board members, and they're no longer asking for approval of any variances, so they've withdrawn the variances as part of this application. They're also withdrawing the request for the Beach Club restaurant that was associated with the variances previously. So they've removed that from the application. Now on page 3 of the staff report, we did indicate how that resulted in reduction in the overall occupancy compared to what was originally submitted and what's proposed right now. That results in a reduction in the occupancy of a reduction in occupancy of 97 people, a reduction of seating of 282. I'm sorry, that's with the pool. The overall reduction, just a second. So, yeah, the overall change is, originally, the applicant was proposing an increase in seating of 449. That is now an increase going to 212. The occupancy previously was going to an increase of 758 persons. Now it's going to an increase of 340 persons. So that's just for the change by removing the beach club. Now, like I mentioned, this board, I did pass out this morning a memo from the Transportation Department. That was submitted as part of the review of the traffic by the transportation for the planning board application. Because this application does include an increase in intensity, this does require that the applicant go to the planning board for a modification of their conditional use permit. That's where issues such as traffic, operation, noise, that's all under the purview of the planning board, and that's why we did not have this information for the Historic Preservation Board today. But because the issue of traffic has been raised by neighbors, I did find just this morning the transportation memo. It was not part of the planning board file because that file has not yet been calendared for the planning board. So it's still in process of going through that process, through that planning board process. So today, we're asking that the planning board, the Historic Preservation Board review this application. No variances. It does include modifications to the exterior, including addition of a members-only valet drop-off and canopy along 23rd Street. I'll let the applicant provide the presentation and the modification of their previous application.
Before the applicant begins, do we have any questions for staff from the board?
And one last point, I did let the applicant know it was too late by the time they had advised me of these changes to submit revised drawings to the board. So I did let them know that that could be an issue by the board, but I did send everybody a link to the latest set of plans, which have not been modified since the last submission. So I think what we're talking about today is a visual look at the previous submitted plans with a verbal indication of what's being removed based on what the applicant presents today.
Before you begin, if anyone is present in the chambers who intends to provide public comment but wasn't sworn in earlier, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Kasdan?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. If my presentation may be put on the screen, please. Neeson Kasdan and Cecilia Torres Toledo of Ackerman, representing the applicant, 2201 Collins Propco. With me today as well as the project architect, Andrew James from Nichols, and our traffic consultant, Derek Odeski. Other team members are available if there are questions. And I would like to note the big story about this is there's a huge investment going into an important property to continue to upgrade the quality of what we have to offer here in Miami Beach. Going back to the Bill Lane fans here, when over 30 years ago, he created those iconic lifeguard stands, which helped start and restart this city and investment in this city, and this is where we are today. I want to talk about the new owners of this property, the Rubin brothers. The Rubin brothers are among the most important, top-tier global investors, the kind of people we want to invest in this community who have the staying power, the vision, the long-term commitment to create something great. We're very fortunate they're investing in Miami Beach. They have a global presence, Europe and the Americas, and they are owners of many fine properties globally in cities and places like Los Angeles, New York, London, Rome, Capri, and Venice. Some of the properties of the Rubins include the Hotel La Palma in Capri, which provided the inspiration for the W. So I think it's very important that we have them as investors in our community for the long term. I think everyone's familiar with the site of the W Hotel. What is important to note is that this is primarily an upgrade of the property and mostly the interior of the property, which Andrew will take you through shortly. It's really quite a simple application. This is a proposal to update, refresh, and upgrade the interior of the property. The only exterior renovations, other than the interior ones, such as the ballroom, the meeting rooms, et cetera, are the pastisserie, which is proposed along 22nd Street, which we'll show you in a minute. Some of you may be familiar with the spot that is there, which is currently blocked off from interaction with 22nd Street. It will be opened up, so it will enhance the pedestrian experience along 22nd Street, as well as views into the property. That's one change that we are seeking. Number two is valet drop-off along 23rd Street, which we will discuss further, only for VIP members of the proposed members' lounge. The parking and circulation for this proposed valet, as Michael Belushi has told you, will be looked at as part of the operations from the planning board as part of conditional use permit amendment. and can only be approved at that point in time for use. Then the other major element is remodeling of the pool deck and pool bar. This is, as Mr. Belushi has mentioned, separate from the beach club, which was in the original application, which we have at this moment in time stepped back from and will present in a different future application, after taking into consideration comments we've received from our neighboring property owners at the Roni Plaza and others. And so that has been taken out, and that involved 3 variances, and we are not proceeding on those today. As you know, and as Mr. Belushi has mentioned to you, your board has the authority to review the design elements that are visible from the right-of-way and the public interiors. And in this property, the interiors are not even historic interiors. So this is a renovation of a 20-year-old building. The HPB does not review uses, operations, occupancies, traffic circulation, et cetera. And I mention that to you because you will receive a presentation in opposition from a neighbor which deals substantially with all of those issues. And those issues, for the most part, almost completely, are not issues that are properly for your board to consider. I'll skip right now so we can go to the existing plan and the future plan. Andrew will take you through that, and then I will walk you through at the very end with some tweaks to conditions that we would request. Andrew?
Thank you. And good morning to the board. It's a pleasure to be back before you after 21 years. Appreciate that. I remember Mr. Belushi without gray hair.
And more hair.
And more hair. And myself as well. In any event, this is an outline of the footprint of the property as it exists now. And you can see the various zones that are, this is the proposed, I beg your pardon. This is the proposed plan. And this outlines the areas that are going to be addressed and modified. The kind of grass green zone to the east is the pool and the pool deck. Adjacent to that is restaurant and deck seating. There's the lobby in a light blue. The patisserie and some outdoor seating associated with the patisserie are adjacent to it on 22nd Street. The existing restaurant is in pink there, both darker for the interior, lighter for the exterior terrace seating. The meeting spaces are in kind of a red color, reddish color. There's the members' lounge in purple and the proposed drop-off on 23rd. It's not shaded on here, but what's included with the proposed drop-off is some additional landscaping and screening to create a more pleasant entrance along 23rd, which has the tangential benefit of beautifying the appearance of that service-oriented area of the building from the perspective of the neighbor to the north. And keep going here. Here's a mood board of the direction the interior design is going. And as you can see, and for those of you familiar with the property, the existing property is beautiful, but it is kind of dark and moody. And so the intent of the new owner is to freshen it up, brighten it up, as well as improve all of the facility. We were the original architects of record on the project, so we were lucky enough to participate in this portion of it as well. So first up, the hotel arrival experience. As you can see, well, you can't see, but the interior is being updated in all of that blue shaded area. And the lighter blue to the exterior is part of the hotel arrival experience, and all of that is going to be updated and improved. This is the existing canopy, which is kind of plain, admittedly. And going forward, it's going to get a scalloped profile around the edges and some material upgrades of those columns as well, and make it a little more rich and a little more little better from a design standpoint, more articulated. This is the existing area in front of the hotel, right at the drop-off. And this is the direction it's going. As you can see, let me go back, the glazing is rather dark, and it really does inhibit light going into the lobby and into that front area. And the proposed changes are going to bring much more light in. And also, there's improved landscaping with built-in benches and other features that will help the area, give people a place to wait for either a ride share or their vehicle from valet. This is the existing lobby. As you can see, it is a bit brooding. And here it is refreshed and brightened. And in my view, that's a tremendous positive. This area is not as dark, but as you can see, the intent is to improve. One thing that's hard to see from this image is on the outside, which we'll get to later. There's some landscaping that's a tall hedge on the south side that's keeping light from coming in. So the landscaping is to be revised there to make it brighter and more inviting. Existing reception, proposed new reception, a little bit different. Same thing with this area. The hotel lobby and the cab design, existing and proposed. Ground floor lobby, anyway, proposed ground floor lobby. This is the lobby, patisserie, and terrace. So the idea with this space is to take the current envelope and open it up, provide stacking glass doors, which can open up and create the interior-exterior experience, and then provide
onto 22nd
onto
Street.
22nd Street. Thank you. Absolutely right. Onto 22nd Street. The area, the southern half of this, basically, is outdoor seating, which is entirely, everything in it is movable. There are planters out there, but they are movable. And the irrigation for such is, I believe, anticipated to be by hand. And all of that is movable, and that enhances the pedestrian experience, as was mentioned. It takes a dead area and revitalizes it, and will add some interest. Here's an interior view existing, and this is existing and proposed. So you can see significantly brighter. There's that hedge I was talking about, two of them. The areas in between those large structural fins really cut the light that enters the area behind. And this is the proposed patisserie terrace. Everything, as I mentioned, is movable. Plans for the guest room corridor and guest room renovation. Here's the existing guest room lobby and an entry condition. As you can see, it's 20 years old. And this is a refreshed version, which is much brighter and nicer. It's going to lighten the feeling of the corridor considerably. Guest room interior proposed. So this grass green area is the pool deck and the pool bar as it exists currently. And these are these structural elements or frames are assembled together to create the existing bar. The footprint of this is being diminished significantly. This is the proposed pool bar, which, as you can see, includes large areas of permeable paving, as well as all the movable seating. The fixed elements are much reduced. Here's another view of it, and another. There's the existing pool deck. You can see the dark pool coping running around the pool, And it's a little hard to see in this image, but there is oh no, it's not. It's at the bottom right. There's a new pool coping being installed to brighten this up and also to kind of work with the other elements thematically of the scalloping and striping. Another view of the proposed pool deck. So this is the North Valet drop-off. As noted, this is for the members' lounge only. It's a low-volume proposition, but the methodology is that the drop-off occurs at that canopy, and the car is taken by the valet directly into the tunnel that goes underneath the property from the north at 23rd and emerges on 22nd, and then goes around to enter the garage. Here's a rendering of that canopy above. So the existing ramp down, entrance of the tunnel is there to the left, which, as you can see, is very thoroughly screened by landscaping. Here's the members' lounge. So I'm running out of time. Existing members' lounge and existing landscape plan. I do have some input from the landscape architect, which I'll share with you. But the bottom line is, number one, the view to the east has been designed such that the view corridors through as required have been provided, and the planting itself is designed for or selected to be appropriate for the harsh microclimate.
Chair, could we have 4 or 5 more minutes?
I can talk faster.
I have some
Sorry.
wrap-up comments, too.
Go ahead.
So, existing landscape plan proposed. It's very lush, it's very beautiful. And it will be suited for the microclimate, which is much more important because that's the only way to maintain the environment. Proposed hardscape, the front hotel entrance, the north drop-off, the pool deck, pool bar, and thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Chair, members of the board, a few additional comments to make as well. You will be hearing from Mr. Robbins representing the RONI board. Understand that, as has been explained by staff, your domain and review is over the design elements of this project, particularly the public ones, the pool bar, the canopy at the entrance, and the patisserie change. Those are the publicly viewable elements of this project. You are not here to approve any of the uses, entertainment, occupancy or seat counts, traffic circulation plans, hotel operations. That will all be approved, would need to be approved in a separate application to the planning board for a conditional use permit. I would like to say that we are willing to work with the RONI unit owners and have actually had significant outreach. On March 9th, my predecessor as counsel took the RONI owners for a tour through the property. There was numerous significant communication with those owners as well as their representative between then and now. And in fact, we met within the last week to try to accommodate some of their requests, and we are willing to work with them. One big change that we made, of course, is we have removed the northeast corner where we're going to do the new beach club, which would have had the most impact, and we know we'll have to deal with them when we bring that back. We're also willing to work with them on some coverage of some of the outside areas as well. I would like to point out that there are certain modifications and the conditions in the order that we would request, and I'd like to briefly go over them. Existing condition IC2, which says that we cannot obtain a building permit until we obtain a conditional use approval from the planning board. That's many, many months out. These changes are fundamental to the design, the architecture of the hotel itself, and don't deal with uses. In order to get this project underway and permitted and the physical work done, we cannot wait however many months it would be for there to be a conditional use permit particularly when this board is not approving any of the uses, the intensity, the hours, or anything. So we ask that that condition be deleted. With respect to condition IC3C, the patisserie terrace, we would ask that that condition be removed because it says that it does not comply with the required side setbacks. Please note that there will be no permanent structures that will be encroaching in the side setbacks. And so therefore, what was there, the planters and such are not permanent. And so therefore, that condition is not needed. And finally, with respect to the condition IC3E, the valet drop-off area along 22nd Street, we agree that the valet vehicles staging along 22nd Street shall be limited to drop-off and pick-up only, and the vehicles shall be oriented parallel to the building at all times, and that parking or staging of vehicles on the sidewalk shall not be permitted under any circumstance, the concern which was addressed by the planning staff. However, we are opposed to creating or building a much larger curb which would interfere with the operations of the valet ramp as well. So we would respectfully request that that condition be modified only to mandate that there be parallel parking and loading, which of course is what the code requires under any circumstance. With that, we remain available for questions and would ask for some brief opportunity for rebuttal after you hear from the neighbors. Thank you.
Do we have any board disclosure? Nick?
Well, actually, disclosure, Mr. Robbins has represented me on many matters going back 30-plus years. I can view this, or I will review this application in a fair, impartial way.
None. Do we ask questions of the applicant before we hear the rebuttal, or do we hear this all first?
Go ahead, Nick.
We typically ask questions of the applicant right after the applicant's presentation. So if you want to ask more questions of the applicant, I would recommend you do that now, and then we open to the public.
Okay.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
I'll sit down.
Sure. Can we just pull the presentation back up? Just a quick question about the patisserie thing, since if we could go back to the existing and the proposed patisserie.
Sure.
In the presentation.
Thank you.
It all looks very beautiful, by the way.
Thank you very much. It's a lot of work by the interior designer.
I'm sure.
We get to coordinate. Oops, there we are. There's the proposed patisserie from the fins to the north, that's existing interior, and from the fins to the south along 22nd Street, that's exterior.
I guess the question about the exterior.
Okay.
The terrace of it.
Go to the-
Okay, so this is existing, and then so between those fins, there would be outdoor seating, that hedge would come out, those bikes would move, because the rendering next is from a different perspective.
Yeah,
to
it
this.
does. It's looking out from those fins.
So those fins are to the right in that rendering on the right.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, you're like.
You see the overhang, the portico
Right.
share?
Yeah.
And Neeson, you're saying no condition is, or a variance is not needed for this because this is not permitted?
No, because we're not going to be putting any structure there that encroaches in the setbacks.
So no sidewalk permit or anything is required for this staff?
So I'm just looking, the concern was based upon the survey which shows landscape areas against the glazing there. So that's to the east side of where the access, so to the buildings, right? So to the left side of this page is the entrance doors to the
Yes.
inside, and then to the right, according to the survey, is a in-ground landscape areas. So that's why we brought up the issue, because you can have a walkway to access the property, but the code requires that, and you can project 15%, sorry, you can project 25% into that required setback. What you can't do is have a patio or a deck that encroaches into that required setback. So that was our condition, our concern there, because it looks like you're removing all that landscaping and doing expanded seating areas. Now, if you wanted to remove part of it to have a doorway access to the inside, that's fine, and then have tables and chairs on areas that were permitted for hardscaping in the past, that's fine. Our condition was spreading the tables and chairs or having a patio that didn't comply with the setbacks.
Do you concur with what they're saying now, that this is permissible without a variance or something?
No, because it looks like they're removing landscaping and doing the entire area as seating.
Well, as you can see in this image, there is a lot of landscaping there. It's just not fixed in place.
We're looking at, again, at the 22nd Street.
Correct. This is standing all the way to the right in this image, looking back towards the entrance canopy.
If I may, and I understand the confusion that rendering or image may show, we will be code compliant with the setbacks for that.
Yeah, we can modify that condition saying, regarding any improvements comply with the current code.
Yes.
To that effect.
That would be fine.
I mean, I do think this is a big improvement in terms of
Oh, yeah.
what that looks like. That was my only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer?
Yeah. Just to be clear, the existing photo, we're looking northward, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the rendering, we're looking westward?
The rendering, we're looking, yes, south and west.
Southwest. So how far in the existing photo is the seating coming out? Where are you going to put the hedge in the existing photo? Because there's a line of
If
bikes,
I can get the
right?
plan back
And
up,
there's
I'm not
those-
sure I control that. Oh, yes, I do, obviously.
There's,
Where is that?
Right there.
outline? Well, this is interior.
no, I'm talking about, okay, the exterior photo.
Yeah, this is an exterior photo,
Are
but
you
it's
coming
best
out-
shown on the plan, actually. You got to see, if you can look at where the plan aligns there. This is before the end of the canopy projection at the drop-off. There's still a good 15 feet left between the end of the seating area and the curb, or the line demarcating the drop-off.
Can we go back to the existing photo, please?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Where's your new proposed seating area? Is it beyond that hedge?
It starts at the glazing. Well, the
Okay.
access point is at the glazing, which the storefront's being replaced
Right.
by folding glass
And how
doors.
far south does it come?
It's approximately 20 to 25 feet. I would have to
So
scale
it's
it.
way beyond the fins that are there, or those
It's beyond
shear
the
walls,
fins.
right?
Yes, it is beyond the
Okay,
fins.
so it's probably an additional 15 feet, 20 feet beyond, south of those, if I'm understanding you correctly.
15 feet sounds right.
And currently, that white area is part of the sidewalk, is it not?
I believe it is. I'm not sure it's all demarcated as right-of-way, however.
Well, I think
because
the
that's
issue is
awfully
here,
deep.
if I can point out, so in this instance, the public sidewalk is located on private property, and that's to avoid having the a person on a sidewalk crossing the drop-off area in front. So there's probably some sort of maintenance or easement agreement with the city to allow the public sidewalk on private property. Otherwise, you're forcing pedestrians into the drop-off area. So we want to make sure there's a condition to ensure we have that, maintain that wide sidewalk area for pedestrian access to the beach.
There is, I think, at least a 15-foot wide sidewalk remaining outside of the seating area.
After
The seating
you do
area
your-
Yeah,
is
I'm sure there must be some sort of
approximately
agreement
15 feet as
that specifies that dimension. We just want to make sure that's maintained as part of any sort of expanded seating area in this location.
For sure.
Can you show where is the setback line in the plan there? Or can you zoom out so we can see a little better, because it's very hard to see?
Yeah, it is hard to see, and I'm afraid I don't have a graphic of that as part of the presentation. Let me go back.
For anybody who wants to look at the plans online, it is A 0.9.
Oh, landscape plan.
No, that's it.
Thank you.
That drawing, or a close facsimile, I'm not sure. but
Sorry,
that drawing is
I'm
okay.
fast forwarding to the landscape plan.
Oh, the landscape plan,
Here you go.
okay.
So as you can see, it's aligned with the setback.
And that thicker line is, on the south, is the property line.
Correct.
So there's, you can see a good portion of the sidewalk is within our property, as Mr. Blush pointed out.
The easement agreement requires a 15-foot sidewalk or something like that?
I believe, I'm not familiar with it, but that makes sense, of course.
That's why we brought up the concern with the valet cars blocking the sidewalk because they're parked over perpendicular and into that sidewalk area. And that's why we had requested a curb be constructed there to prevent that from happening.
One more, but you're saying the operations, the valet, all that, that's under the purview of the CUP, the planning board?
Right, because for projects that have less than 50,000 square feet of new construction, that does not require a traffic study for the Historic Preservation Board review. But we can raise issues that are present on the site, like the current valet operation, if they're parking illegally, to have measures to physically prevent that, which is why we're recommending a curb along that location. Because right now, there's nothing preventing a vehicle from driving right up to the front door, basically.
Any other questions for the applicant? And I have a question. There's not a curb currently between the existing valet and the
There's
sidewalk,
not.
correct? It's all,
Correct.
I'm sorry, that, all one level.
This was quite a while ago. It's before lots of those things started being implemented.
No, so when you implement the proposed design, would the pedestrian movement improve? Because now, I mean, I go there very often, and it's a mess. People go out the other side of the street to circulate because at the entrance, you never know, you are fighting with the cars in the valleys. So how would you propose design will improve that condition?
We would need to study that further. I don't have an answer for you right now, other than the fact that we are actively maintaining that clear area along the frontage.
Do we have any other questions before we open it up for public comment?
Yeah, I just have a quick one regarding the existing condition IC2. So if they cross it out as it's proposed by the applicant, what would be the consequences or the outcomes of that?
Which condition are you referring to?
The first one of the.
Oh, yeah. So that would allow them to get a building permit for their construction before planning board has reviewed or approved their application. We're recommending that the opposite occurred, that they not get approval for the building permit for these major changes until the planning board has reviewed the operations.
And what's the standard procedure? There is no standard procedure for something like
It
that?
depends on the application. For example, if they were to come in with a building permit that shows restaurant seating and occupancy expanding, we would tell them we could not approve that administratively. They'd have to go to the planning board first. They could get approvals for areas that did not include expansion of food and beverage. That could be done without going to the planning board. But I think even if we remove that condition, if they come in with a building permit that shows expanded occupancies and seating areas, we're going to tell them, listen, we cannot approve this part of the application until you have your planning board modifications approved.
If I may address that briefly, because this is a very critical thing for our project. Very often, the conditional use permits are applied for well after the HPB approval for the design, because the construction has a very long lead time, and oftentimes, the specifics of the operation aren't known until later. In order to be able to have this property up and going within a year and a half, they must do the physical construction to the pool area, to the lobby, the interiors, et cetera, and start that now. And therefore, we would be putting off the conditional use permit, which would give us certain hours of operation, certain other restrictions perhaps as well. Now understand, and including the occupancy. Now, we won't be able to get a CO or a TCO that is different than the conditional use permit allows. So that will be reconciled at that point in time. Until we get that, we don't have any increase in occupancy. But it would be a major detriment to our project if we cannot start construction on all the other elements now. And I would give as an example, for instance, the Delano, which we just received a conditional use permit on. The Delano received its HPB approval quite some time ago. There's a lot of work that was involved in redoing that property. If they could not get the permit until the CUP was approved, they would just today be starting their construction, and they'd be 2 years off. So it's a practical matter, and most often, the CUP comes later, and this is just for the basic construction, which if we can't get it underway now, it's very critically impactful to the project.
But to note, they did apply for the CUP application modifications last year, so it's been many, many months prior to this where the application has been applied for. Same with this application here. This application was applied for like last summer, late or early fall, and it took them several iterations to get to this point of getting to the board. So right now we haven't processed the planning board application as well, but it's not been scheduled because the application is not complete.
And we've had to resubmit our application, which we are doing now. But in any event, that is the ordinary course of things is you get your site plan, you can begin your construction, and as you detail out your food and beverage and entertainment offerings, you come in later for the CUP, which you must have before you're able to open and operate. But otherwise, you can't begin, if we couldn't begin our construction until then, we're putting this project back quite a long time.
One last thing to note, for commercial districts, the code does require if you have a new construction over 50,000 square feet, you go to the planning board first for the first review, and then you can go to HPB. So that's the case for commercial districts. If you're doing new construction over 50,000 square feet, it's considered a neighborhood impact structure, which requires the planning board approval and review first.
But this is not in that district, and so with the Delano, the Shelbourne, the Shore Club, all of those got their site plan approval in advance of CUPs. And obtained their building permits to begin their work.
And we have very little structural scope.
And if we were comfortable with that, that wouldn't grant them any exception to the CUP, or they still have to do it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further question for the applicant? Okay. Mr.
Thank you.
Atkins.
Good morning. Ken Harrison Robbins. I filed an objection letter on behalf of the Roney Palace Condominium Association. I requested 15 minutes. Given that we are the primary neighbor immediately adjacent to the property and we have substantial issues to raise, we request an equal amount of time to present our issues. I will try to go under those 15 minutes if possible. We also have we hired a traffic engineer, and he's prepared to speak on this issue too. So that would be an additional time. Now, first of all, I want to assert that we have standing to appear as a party. We're directly affected by this proposal, and we're immediately adjacent to the property. And we have the right to participate as a party, and we intend to. I appreciate it. Do we have 15 minutes? Thank you. First of all, I want to address a couple of issues right now about vested rights. When you approve a project and give site plan approval, you are vesting the rights of that applicant to those things which you approve. And there are particular areas that we are concerned about that we do not believe they should have vested rights at this time, and there should be conditional use permit analysis, especially on the issue concerning the drop-off area, and especially concerning the area that's being opened up and expanded for the club. These areas are going to directly and adversely impact us, as well as the fact there's going to be a substantial increase in the amount of bar, restaurant use on the site, much greater than what it appears, because, and we'll go over that seating chart, the chart and analysis that's in the staff report. Let me just go through a few issues. Would you put my presentation? Next page. Next slide. Oh, can we?
Please use the laptop.
Okay, can we control it? Okay, we have 4 primary issues of concern, and the residents here are going to be raising other issues outside of my presentation. First of all, there's the noise impact of enlarging and increasing the seating of the outdoor area of the nightclub on the north side of the property facing the Roni. The conflict between the existing valet circulation system and the proposed new valet drop-off on the north driveway, adding private vehicles directed to the nightclub drop-off, navigating the north driveway in both directions, the same driveway that also serves as a means of access for the valet parking garage and commercial deliveries. The increased congestion and conflicts arising from the parallel W Hotel and Roni driveways on Collins Avenue and 23rd Street, and the near failure of the 5-way traffic intersection at 23rd Street. The extensive queuing along both driveways and adjacent avenues and streets, and how those conditions will be exacerbated by the additional traffic on Collins Avenue and 23rd Street driveways generated by the proposed uses. Now, I want to preliminarily, and this is not part of the presentation, but was included, but we wish to hand this out, is these.
I'd like to note a standing objection to this presentation and evidence with regard to the CUP issues. Feel free to continue, but I want to note for the record my objection.
There are 2 issues, and there are 2 design review guidelines that are not really argued or discussed in the staff report that are relevant and your responsibility to review and you have a duty to review. The suggestion that should put off the analysis of the traffic impact is directly contrary to the guidelines. In the guidelines, your guidelines, it specifically says that you must review pedestrian and vehicular traffic movement within and adjacent to the site. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm sure you're familiar with it as members of the board. You have to consider both pedestrian and vehicle safe ingress and egress to the site. You have to look at impact of pedestrian circulation. That is your responsibility. You can't pass that off to the planning board. You separately have a responsibility. There's also another guideline. They're trying to say it's just a CUP, and that is your duty. There's a specific duty and guideline that requires you to look at buffering of sound and its impact on adjacent properties. That's also, both of these guidelines are referenced in the staff report. On page 7 of 10, the pedestrian area, the staff admits that that's only partially satisfied concerning valet and conditions. They're trying to defer that and say that should be handled by the CUP. Well, now, after putting that as a condition, the applicant is asking you to take that condition, reviewed by the planning board, take that out as a condition to allow them to go forward. So they'll be able to build their valet parking in the north side, which we are strenuously objecting to. There are also, the staff has said that buffering of the nightclub is not applicable. Of course, the buffering of the outdoor nightclub that they're adding is pertinent. Now let's get through my analysis. Okay, there's an expansion of the outdoor nightclub. And here's the existing structure. And if you look at the right side, the area which crosses through it, I guess it's a pergola right there, that's where the existing nightclub, outside part of the nightclub is currently. They claim there's 154 seats that fit in there, and that's what they're claiming there. It's 154 seats now. There aren't 154 seats. If you went there and walked it, there's only a few dozen seats in that area. You couldn't put 154 seats in that area that's X'd out. Now they're proposing to expand it, and now they're saying they're reducing the number of seats in the outside area. They're playing with the seat numbers. And the charts that have been submitted by them, that they're submitting for the CUP, which, by the way, they're including in the staff report, are playing with the numbers that are actually being placed and assigned to each area. Now they're saying there's, I believe, 127 seats out there. Now that's going to be on the outside. And on the north side, it's unbuffered to the Roni condominium. We're immediately adjacent. Can you imagine nightclubs with subwoofers, with noise coming out of that area and right across into the Roney Palace? They already have noise issues. Now that's going to exacerbate it. And there's been no showing of how that's going to be shielded. That sound's going to be shielded from the Roney. And we requested an analysis of that. We asked an acoustical analysis, and that has not been provided. And it was suggested by the staff that that's not even applicable, buffering. But buffering is certainly important. The applicant, as an appendix to their presentation, the very last moment on Friday, added proposed possible buffering on the north side of that area. But there was no acoustical study, no actual design of the barrier wall or anything else. But they're asking you to approve it today so they can go forward with the project, and they say, don't worry about it. It'll be handled by the planning board. But it's your duty to determine what buffering should be placed there. That buffering is a design element. That's your responsibility. And if that's your responsibility under the guidelines, you have to look at that, insist that they provide buffering, give you plans for that buffering to protect us from the noise. Let's look at the traffic circulation. This is the guideline which we just talked about. Now, in the report, it says it's only partially satisfied, which means that criteria has not been satisfied, and the staff admits it's not been satisfied. What they're recommending is no building permit until the planning board CUP of modified valet operations, which we approve, that should be, that no permit should be issued until that's considered by the planning board. Outdoor seating areas, that area should not be changed and no permit should be issued until the CUP reviews that too. Hours of operation and sound mitigation issues. All that should be resolved to determine how the sound will impact us. And without buffering, we don't have any protection right now to protect us, and that's your duty. Now, there's two things that are excluded from the proposed condition. There's one saying that the proposed new valet stand on the north driveway. That's not even deferred to the CUP process. They're asking you to approve the north driveway and approve guest and ride-sharing vehicle access to the north driveway for drop-offs. Now, the traffic circulation right now was approved back 20 years ago. In fact, the Roney Palace worked very hard with the developer, and we entered into an agreement with them. And part of the resolution of the traffic coming off the driveway, 23rd Street, from the valet parking was to place and create a valet tunnel from 23rd Street parking garage underneath the building, so valet will always be able to get back to 22nd Street and not have to go back west on 23rd Street, because the turning of left on Collins was so problematic. And it was very important to design it this way in order to assure efficiency of the 23rd Street driveway. Now, what's being proposed, there's a tunnel to the left, and that's there in place now, and what they're proposing to do is put the nightclub drop-off valet stand on the north driveway, the back of house driveway, which was designed for back of house, where all the traffic from valet goes in that same area. To now have a private passenger cars driving in that same area, dropping off and leaving. But you have to realize, there's no circulation there, so cars have to go in there and back up. It's a dangerous condition. And that's what they're proposing. So there'll be counter driving going westbound by private passenger cars after they have a few drinks at the Miami Club and walk and drive backwards on West Avenue, where right now traffic is going only one way with valet. Up the driveway, then out of the driveway, and down the tunnel. Now they're going to have conflicting traffic. So here's a picture of the existing clubs. It has it there. You can see that red area on the left side. And they use the valet. Everybody uses a valet. That's how everybody parks their car now, dropping their car on 22nd Street and going up the driveway. That's how it works. It's very smooth. There hasn't been any major problems. It was designed that way. Now, what's being proposed is the expansion of the club, the outside area with the noise, and in addition, they want to put a special valet drop spot there. New traffic circulation for outdoor expansion. This is exactly what you should be looking at as a member of the Historic Preservation Board, under the guidelines. But instead, you're being told, don't worry about it, the planning board has you, they'll take care of it. But that's your duty. Now what's being proposed is the valet drivers are going to go into the, still going into the garage and leaving the garage and going into the tunnel. And in the drop-off area, cars are going to be making three-point turns and turning around that area. We have a traffic engineer who's going to be looking at that more and discussing that with you. It's a big problem. Okay, that's my visual presentation. May I turn that off, or how can I turn this off? How can I take this, okay, good. So what we have here is a real problem and conflict where they're trying to take your duties and shift it over to the planning board and say, don't worry about it. They're also saying is, don't worry about anything. It's all taken care of. Yet they submit a CUP seating information in your staff report. And I want to pass that out to you. And the applicant is trying to say, oh, this is a minimal increase, and they're saying, if you look at the bottom chart, they're saying there's only 212 seats in addition to what's there now. Well, that's sort of a misstatement as to the impact of these changes. If you look, the top chart is the chart when they were proposing the beach club, so you really don't need to take a look at it. The comparison is the lower chart. And what they're suggesting is that there's only a 212-seat increase. But what they are adding to this analysis, they're saying there's currently 307 seats in the interior of the pool. Look at that. Look at the bottom line. 351 exterior, 307 interior. Interior, what pool has an interior? There's no interior pool. And now they're removing those 300 seats and reducing the seat capacity by 307, so they're able to reduce the overall number down to 212. Please
I
don't.
would like to renew my objection. You are not determining capacity, occupancy, hours of operation, or any of the things that are being addressed by Mr. Robbins.
So the 307, so they're claiming that it only increases it by 212, but the self-generated use of pool seating, even if there were 307 and they're taking out 307 interior seats, which I don't understand at this point what 307 seats are, these do not generate outside traffic. So essentially, they're really increasing the traffic by almost 519 seats. And they're trying to say that the parking, the 554 parking spaces, where they've acknowledged there's a 51 parking space deficiency, will be able to handle this. So there's a problem now because there's an overload of the site, and then trying to take off some of the load, they're putting this, unplanned, unthought out drop-off area on 23rd Street, where they're really not analyzing the circulation impact of the vehicles along 23rd Street. And they're creating a substantial problem. I reserve time. My traffic engineer is going to speak right now on these issues, and then I'll come back. I want to talk to you about the conditions that they're placing and why those conditions that were suggested by the city should remain, and why there should be additional conditions especially concerning the drop-off area, that no permit should be issued until the CUP is analyzed.
Mr. Robbins, how
Thank
much
you.
more time do you need?
Well, I'm finished with my direct presentation, except for discussing the conditions. Mr. Taxman is going to be testifying as an expert traffic engineer in addressing these issues, and then we can go from there. He's going to require probably 10, maybe a little bit less time than that, maybe 8 minutes.
Madam Chair, if I may address that. Obviously, we want to afford them whatever opportunity they reasonably are entitled to. We had slightly over 15 minutes to present our entire application. I just would like this not to turn into a filibuster, particularly on issues that are not relevant to this board's jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, would you like to start with 5 minutes for the traffic engineer?
We do. I think we have a question from a board member related to this.
Yeah, quick question. Look, I'm a creature of the planning board, so I love all these conditions and details, but should we be considering this as part of this application? Are we taking traffic into account?
Not traffic impacts directly. You do look at the arrangement of driveways. You do look at pedestrian and vehicular circulation, but ultimately, especially on this application where the planning board is required to review a conditional use permit, I think, the board should allow the planning board to make decisions on the applicant's operational impacts.
But they're also talking about non-operational impacts, which is creation of a structure for a drop-off. And they're trying to get permits for that, so they're vested.
And if I could address
Yeah.
the issue of vesting, to the extent that
Total mistake.
an applicant becomes vested in a land use board approval, any rights granted by the board are what's granted in that approval, right? This project under the code also requires approval of the planning board. So nothing the HPB does today can limit the planning board's authority to hear the conditional use permit application. Only the planning board can grant CUP approval. So, if you approve this application today, that doesn't vest the applicant with anything as it relates to a CUP. Only the planning board could do that.
Yeah, nor can it give us rights to a certain occupancy or hours of operation or other operational issues such as locations of seating and such. Not before you.
And just one more quick question for staff. So what we are being asked to do is award a variance or a certificate of appropriateness?
Right, C of A, exactly.
And
For the design changes
And
associated.
does the traffic affect our certificate of appropriateness?
No, so we've commented on the pedestrian circulation with the suggested modification for the valet drop-off along 22nd Street. So I think that's perfectly appropriate to talk about things like that. But the issue in terms of the valet stand in the north, you're being asked to approve new construction, to provide a covering for that area. So, but eventually, if they don't get approval for that area by planning board, it may just result in a covered area that doesn't have access by the public.
What about the screening element? Is that part of the certificate of appropriateness?
What screening? Oh.
For the auto?
So for example, in
for
terms of the.
noise buffering.
We're talking about for the noise for the.
Noise buffering for the nightclub.
So for example, let's say that this board approved what's submitted today and did not include, say, covering of that outdoor terrace area for the nightclub.
Right, the planning board adds a
Right.
screening.
So the planning board could require that covering or add a covering requirement, and we take a look at it and see, does it require going back to the board? If it's not visible from the street, waterway, likely that's something we could do administratively. So just because it is a new construction, based upon its location, it may not require coming back to the board for a covering of that area to mitigate sound.
Okay.
Okay, can you pull up my presentation?
And this is the control. This is which side? No, it's in our-
It's the other presentation. It's a traffic and parking review. Or I don't know if it's at the end of that presentation, maybe, I don't know.
In the booth, do we have a presentation?
Yeah, we did submit the presentation, we have the acknowledgement.
Wait 1 minute while we load it, please.
Okay, yeah, this is it. Thank you. All right, good morning. My name is David Taxman. I'm with Mobility and Parking Services. I'm a licensed traffic engineer. I was brought on to help with reviewing the traffic, driveway, pedestrian access as part of this, which again, we've discussed as part of the land development regulations, part of your guys' guidelines to review the driveway, pedestrian, vehicular access. So I'm just gonna help you guys make an informed decision regarding what they're proposing and what potential issues are associated with that proposal. So again, they're proposing a valet drop-off pickup on 23rd Street. Okay, so there's some potential dangerous risks associated with this. It was designed for a service driveway originally. It wasn't designed for valet. And so I'm going to kind of go through some of the issues associated with this location. So first off, it's an atypical and irregular intersection, 22nd and Collins. You have two driveways with the Roney driveway and this service driveway that are parallel to each other. It's like a five-legged intersection with two parallel roads. You don't usually see that. And so it creates this dangerous situation where if you are exiting a private passenger vehicle who's unfamiliar with this intersection and you make a right onto Collins outside of the valet drop-off service drive, you could then get a T-bone crash from a car exiting the Roney driveway because you're not familiar with this. And you think you have to go, and you can't see that traffic on Roney driveway because it's parallel to you. Okay? And there's currently, this is the way, so if you're sitting in that driveway, there's a passenger vehicle sitting in that driveway looking west. Okay, so they're now they're in the W Hotel service driveway, they're facing west. You can't see the Roney driveway to the north of you. You have two signals in front of you. Now, one is red, one is green. Which one do you go to? What decision do you make if you're not familiar with that intersection? So then you might make a right. Oh, wait, there's a car coming out of the Roney driveway. Psh, crash. Okay, so that's a bad situation. Like I said before, this driveway, this service area was not designed for valet drop-off pickup. It's a service vehicle. It's back of house. It's going to serve vendors, pickup trucks. There's a lot of other activity going on back there, which I'll go through, but you can kind of see by this photo that it's a congested area. Okay, so kind of going through to the top right there, just to point out all the activity that's going on in that service driveway. You have the garage driveway. That's the only driveway to a 550 space garage. That's where all the vehicles enter and exit for that valet garage. You have the valet tunnel. Currently, cars are coming in and out of that tunnel. It's only supposed to be one way. It dead ends. So you have a drop-off pickup area, a valet drop-off pickup area that dead ends. So you're backing up. Where do you see that? That's not typical. I wouldn't approve that. And then you have a loading dock and some additional parking. That's all going on in that one little area. Okay. And you know, even the valet operation on 22nd Street, based on their traffic study, they're proposing that you're going to need 26 valet attendants with additional capacity with the improvements. That's not typical. 26 valet attendants? That's just an irregular condition. Okay, so this image is really speaking to the amount of conflicts, the amount of movements in that area where the valet drop-off pickup is proposed. So you have the cars entering and exiting the garage. You right now have cars that are actually coming the wrong way down the valet tunnel that would be pulling into the garage. That blue highlighted area is where that valet drop-off pickup area would be located. And then you also have cars entering and exiting from Collins, and you have the loading dock. So this is an auto turn analysis that was actually done by the applicant's traffic engineer showing the movements at the valet drop-off pickup area. So a car would pull in, drop off their vehicle, maybe it can fit two cars there. Then the valet would have to back up to pull into the garage, where you're gonna have all the conflicts of the cars coming in and out of the garage and from the valet tunnel and potentially even the loading dock. It's a lot of congestion. And then when you're picking up, you would have the same situation where they would have to back up to then back into the valet area. Again, you're gonna have pedestrian activity in this area. There's just a lot of conflict, a lot of issues going on. So this is the valet tunnel. So how it should work is you drop off your car and the valet circulates around Collins. However, what they're doing today, what we observed, where they're going the wrong way down the valet tunnel to then get to the garage driveway. So they're going the opposite direction. And they're going both ways to avoid going onto Collins and avoid driving down 22nd Street because of the queuing. Can I just have one more minute, please? So this speaks to that queuing issue on Collins. There currently is both static signage saying do not block the intersection and digital signage alerting drivers to be prepared to stop. So this just recognizes that FDOT recognizes it's a problem right now because of all the queuing on Collins, that cars are trying to get through those 22nd and 23rd Street intersections, and they're getting stuck in those intersections. Okay, so what's that gonna do when you add more traffic to that area? It's gonna exacerbate the problem. So we reviewed the traffic study that was done by the applicant. One of the things I just want to point out is they did their counts in September during low season, and they added in a 6% seasonality factor. Now we all know Miami Beach on Collins, the difference between peak activity versus September low activity, there isn't a difference of 6%, it's much greater. So even the analysis is flawed in that regard with adding such a low seasonality factor. So again, on Collins, you have unacceptable conditions with traffic, and what they're proposing as part of this is to reduce the signal timing, the green signal timing on Collins, on 22nd Street. So if you reduce the signal timing by 20 seconds on Collins, what are you doing? You're reducing the flow of traffic along Collins. What's that gonna do? That's gonna add more passenger vehicles to want to try and get through that intersection, exacerbating the problem of blocking those intersections to accompany the additional traffic on 22nd Street at that valet drop-off pickup area. And this also speaks.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Your time has
My
ended.
time.
Do you need another minute or?
Yeah, one more minute, please. I'm sorry.
A minute, please. Thank you.
And then this is just speaking to like the two arrows. So if you're heading southbound on Collins, there's no designated left turn lane on Collins, so you're waiting for a gap from the northbound traffic on Collins. And so the additional traffic there will obviously lead to additional queuing on Collins, but it also creates confusion. Do you pull, if you're not familiar with that area, you might pull into the Roney driveway. And then if you pull into the Roney driveway, you're like, oh my God, I don't want to get back into all that traffic. So you might try and make an illegal movement by making a U-turn into that W Hotel, which obviously is very dangerous. And then just touching on the parking, as part of the previous conditional use permit, there was a 51 space deficit, and now you're adding additional seating capacity, and based on the Miami Beach zoning code, you're supposed to provide 1 space per 4 seats, which would increase the deficit to potentially around 140 spaces on that site, which then could lead to them parking off-site, adding more traffic to the area, and reducing the efficiency of the valet. I'm done. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who?
Chair, may we
wish to speak?
rebut?
I would
Yeah,
recommend, Mr. Katzen, I would recommend presenting your rebuttal at the conclusion of the.
Public comment, if
of
you
the
don't
public
mind.
hearing.
Thank
Okay.
you. So is there any additional public comment? And do we have anybody online as well?
Sure, let me look online.
Okay, come on up. You can take a seat if you'd like.
Good morning. Board members, my name is Meg Lusto. I'm the Executive Director of the Miami Design Preservation League. We support thoughtful architectural improvements to the property and appreciate the quality of the overall design presented. At the same time, we encourage continued refinement of the proposal so that the project respects the important public and environmental protections that govern Miami Beach's oceanfront. And I would note that our objections, as I'll explain, have to do more with the dune overlay and the use of public space for private purposes than with what has been discussed just recently. We found several aspects of the architectural proposal to be thoughtful and well executed. In particular, the overall design direction appears to be carefully considered and generally compatible with the architectural character of the site. At the same time, we have strong concerns regarding the variances requested as part of the application, particularly those that would allow expanded deck areas, shade structures, and reduced setbacks within the Dune Preservation Overlay District and the Oceanfront Overlay District. These overlays exist specifically to protect the public realm along Miami Beach's oceanfront and to maintain the delicate balance between private development and the shared coastal environment. While we appreciate the design quality of the proposed improvements, there is strong concern that the requested variances encroach into areas that are intended to remain open and visually accessible to the public. The oceanfront is one of Miami Beach's most important civic spaces, and maintaining a clear distinction between private development and public coastal areas is essential to preserving the character of the shoreline. For these reasons, we encourage the applicant and the board to carefully review the requested variances and to consider whether the project can achieve its goals while minimizing encroachment in the public realm and maintaining the intent of the overlay districts. Thank you. Thank you. You may. Our position was created last week before there were any changes submitted. We just found out about those today.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Debbie Quaid. I live at 2301 Collins Avenue. As a resident of the Roney Palace for over 20 years, I've witnessed the evolution of the Collins Park neighborhood firsthand, and I want to formally urge the board to deny the current application by the W Hotel as it fails to meet the essential criteria of maintaining neighborhood consistency and preserving the quality of life for the residents. 20 years ago, a settlement agreement was reached between the Roney Palace and the W Hotel owners. This agreement created a successful, balanced ecosystem that allowed both the hotel to thrive, ultimately leading to its approximately $430 million sale. The current owners purchased the property with full knowledge of its physical and operational limits. By seeking to expand seating and valet services now, they're attempting to bypass the very balance that has defined this block for 2 decades. The Collins Park area is unique. It's a unique walkable cultural hub. It serves as a daily corridor for the students of Miami City Ballet, Hebrew Academy, Beach High, the library, museum, as well as seniors and tourists. The Roney Palace and one hotel directly next door have over 1,100 units as residential and tourist occupancy. Most are walking every day in the neighborhood for restaurants, cafes, and shopping. The north driveway of the W Hotel sits at a high congested artery with cars as well as walking pedestrians. Having crossed this intersection thousands of times as a resident, I can attest to its current danger. Adding a valet drop-off here is not merely a commercial adjustment, it's a significant public safety hazard that contradicts the city's goals for a walkable, safe streetscape. As a board, you have to pay attention to safety. Historic preservation is about more than just buildings. It's about preserving the soul and the lived experience of a community. The applicant is seeking more than what they purchased at the direct expense of residents who have anchored this neighborhood for decades. I respectfully request that the board prioritize the safety and quality of life for Miami Beach residents by denying the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? We can go to online while we're waiting.
Yes, our first caller online is Stephen Starker.
Stephen, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Stephen Starker, 2201 Collins Avenue, W Hotel. Appreciate the quick allowment for comment. I've been a longtime resident of the W. Have seen, obviously, the evolution of the neighborhood as well. And I am supportive of renovating the building in a very architecturally positive way to keep up the value of the neighborhood, obviously my real estate, and kind of continue to keep up with what's happening broaderly in Miami Beach as well. And so thank you to the committee. I appreciate it.
And so now back to chambers.
Honorable board members, my name is Dr. Renee Arnold, and I've lived at the Roney Palace for 4 years, apartment 810. I'm lucky enough to look east, but unfortunate enough to hear the W Hotel quite well, and have had many opportunities to call code compliance. because of the sound emanating from the current nightclub. I have a doctorate in clinical pharmacology, and I'm an entrepreneur in residence at the National Institutes of Health with an area of expertise in health outcomes. I can tell you that the health outcomes of this neighborhood will be quite negatively affected by the proposed expansion of the nightclub and valet parking on the north side of the W Hotel. As has already been discussed by Mr. Taxman, the intersection at 23rd Street and Collins Avenue is already a morass of pedestrians, jaywalking, crossing every which way, going east-west. I have many opportunities to tell people, be careful, don't cross with your walker. Cars are coming from every direction that you don't even realize. There are multiple lights at this intersection that are ill-timed and set to fail. Specifically, this one intersection has to handle the north and south on Collins Avenue, the east and west. You've got people that are walking on the east side of Collins across those two active driveways, the W Hotel and the Roney Palace. This doesn't even take into consideration the illegal U-turns that happen when cars are trying to go southbound to get into the one hotel. And because of the stanchions that are now there, they can't do that directly. So you have a Range Rover, for example, coming up to the intersection at 23rd and Collins, wants to make a U-turn so that they can now get into the one hotel. Can't make it directly because they don't have the range, the radius. They have to back up, further impacting traffic and pedestrians. I'll be done in 1 sec. It's only a matter of time before there's a fatality because of this situation, and will only get worse with the increased intensity brought on by the proposed W Hotel expansions. I urge you to make certain that the Planning Board considers the enormous potential impact on the quality of life to the residents of the entire neighborhood before the HPB approves the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe we have other callers online.
Some callers online, yes. Our next one is Dennis Wedlick.
Hello, this is Dennis Wedlick, and
Hi, Dennis. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I am a unit owner at the Roney Palace, and I'm a licensed architect with extensive overseeing experience on construction within Miami Beach Historic District. And I just want to compliment the board for spending 1 hour discussing the impact of a pedestrian kiosk and what impact it would have on pedestrians. And I also want to compliment those architects and those attorneys for being so concerned about what impact they would have, and just kind of remind you that you denied a kiosk because you weren't satisfied by its impact. But this W Hotel application is also to build an outdoor music venue. That is the deck. It's an outdoor music venue. And it is decidedly incomplete, preventing you and the public from properly assessing the project's impacts on the surroundings. To name a few deficiencies, it has inadequate site analysis, lack of documentation for significant design features, and most importantly, an absence of technical specifications and acoustical analysis. The application lacks detailed architectural specifications and a professional acoustical analysis for an outdoor, late-night, outdoor music venue. Without these, it is impossible to verify if the proposed mitigations will be effective to protect the surroundings. HPB is tasked with ensuring that noise from an outdoor music venue is adequately shielded from adjacent properties, and it would be an alarming precedent for all the historic districts of Miami Beach if that is not taken carefully into consideration, and if the architects and attorneys don't respectfully demonstrate to you how they are concerned about this issue for the neighborhood, the surroundings, and the people who live within hundreds of feet of this venue. I thank you very much. I ask you to not approve this submission.
Thank you, Mr. Wedlick. Do we have anybody else in chambers before we move forward with another online caller? Try to be. Okay.
Hi, I'm Michael Arnold, and I'm a registered voter here in Miami Beach, live at the Roney Palace, and I face northeast. So I don't directly face the W, But just this weekend, we had to call code compliance about the noise, that I can't talk to a friend in the living room because of the sound of the music. And I worry about the venue that's going to add 200 people or whatever, and what that sound is going to be like. That's not what I signed up for in my, to live in my apartment. Again, I may be the only person here. I don't own a car. I walk everywhere, and I'm concerned about that traffic at 23rd Street in Collins. I'm wasting my time going over it, but everybody seems to know the signals with the lights and everything. And it just seems like this new valet parking on the north side with cars pulling in, and now they're going to have to make a K-turn to get out, loading the new members-only valet. I don't know why they can't just have the valet parking on 22nd Street. It's not on the Roni. They already have valet parking there. Why don't they just keep it there? Why does it have to go to 23rd Street? It just seems like a chaotic situation is going to get worse. People talked about, they submitted new plans on Friday or something. Again, I'm just a regular guy here. It just seems like it's very rushed and haphazard. I think there needs to be more time for the planning board maybe to address these issues, studies that need to be done before this is just shoved down people's throats and approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have at least one more online.
We have 3 online.
Okay.
The next is Lynn Nunez.
Lynn, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Lynn, are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sorry
do
about
you
that.
so
This is-
swear?
Yes, I do.
All
I
right,
do
thank
swear,
you.
yeah. So I've been on the board for about 3 years. I am the current board president of the Roni. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So just to give you an idea of the amount of impact this will have, 238 units face south, which would be directly impacted by this new increase of occupancy in the club. And all the residents of the Roni are going to be impacted by this new valet drop-off. With that being said, I don't want to kind of beat a dead horse in repeating a lot of the shared concerns of the people that spoke before me and many in the building as well who couldn't attend today. But I want to share some information that they're not privy to, maybe the board isn't as well. Originally, when the Roni found out about this project was not through engagement from the W, it was through a public notice. Upon receiving that, we immediately contacted the W to get more information, find out what's going on. So it was through our outreach where we engaged the W. We were able to set up a very preliminary walk just to see what was going on at my asking. After doing that, the conversation ended and I instructed our counsel to reach out to the W, and he made 4 different attempts to engage the W to come to some type of understanding and work this through. I think the reality is we want this project to be successful, but we want it to be done in a fair, balanced, respectful manner. It took 4 different attempts, and we were finally able to arrange a meeting, which occurred on Thursday. This Thursday, this is a $100 million project, and we were afforded the courtesy to meet with the new attorney, Neeson, which is a very nice guy. That was on Thursday. They gave us 3 business days to digest this information, add our input, kind of come up with creative ideas, and that's just simply, in my belief, not in good faith. I don't think it gave us the opportunity to express our concerns, to digest the information, to figure things out, offer alternatives, and or give our blessing into what's happening. So just based on that, I don't think it's appropriate for the Historic Preservation Board to approve it without at least having us work with the W to figure out some creative solutions that benefits both people and are fair. So I just don't think at this point the board should approve the project as it stands. We're amendable to working with them, but not under these conditions where we were given 3 days to try to accomplish something.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez.
That's it.
Next
Thank
caller
you.
is David Edelstein.
David, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
David Edelstein. I bought the Holiday Inn in 2005 and designed and built every square inch of the W Hotel as it sits today. I spent a lot of time with the board, the Historic Preservation Board, City Planning, as well as our neighbors, and I'm proud of what we created. In 2020 and 2021, I and the rest of the unit owners renovated all 400 rooms of the hotel. We spent over $40 million. In 2022 to 2023, we redid the entire exterior of the hotel. That cost over $15 million. The next stage was to redo the lobby, the pool area, and the exterior restaurants. I have not been involved in the planning or design as it sits before you today. I saw it for the first time a couple of days ago, and I wholeheartedly approve and endorse the approval of this design. I think it was the next step that I would have taken if I was still the owner. I do own 5 units in the building. I maintain my residence there. And as a unit owner and as the developer of this property, I embrace and endorse and congratulate the design team on a fabulous job. I respectfully request that the board unanimously approve. Thank you.
Next caller is Arpan.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
He lowered his hand. Last caller, Curtis DeVito.
Curtis, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Curtis DeVito, 2301 Collins Avenue. I am a resident of the Roney Palace, where I've owned a unit for 24 years. I respectfully oppose the proposed private club and the addition of a valet drop-off and club entrance on the 23rd Street side of the W Hotel. The Collins Park neighborhood, home to the Roney Palace and the W Hotel, is a vibrant mixed-use district known for its unique blend of historic character, cultural institutions, and high-quality public spaces serving residents and visitors of all ages. This proposal threatens to upset that balance. First, the proposal will negatively affect the quality of life for me and my neighbors. The Roney Palace is a residential building. It's not a condo hotel, nor does it allow Airbnb-type short-term rentals. It is our home, and many of us have lived there for decades. Current operations at the W Hotel already generate substantial noise concerns, as you've heard this morning. For our sake, to keep our neighborhood livable and to protect the integrity of this residential historic district, I urge the board to require measures to strictly limit outdoor music and its impact on neighbors. Second, the proposal is incompatible with the neighborhood's historic character that the board is charged with protecting. The original approval of the W Hotel followed careful study to determine appropriate density for its location within the Collins Waterfront Historic District and adjacent to the Museum Historic District. The proposed increase in intensity goes significantly beyond what was originally allowed. For those of us who live, walk, and cycle here daily, the area is already at or beyond its appropriate level of activity. This proposal will further erode the human-scale character that defines this neighborhood. For these reasons, I respectfully request that you deny the application or defer it until all impacts are fully evaluated. Thank you.
That concludes our online callers.
Okay, in chambers.
My name is Pamela Reingold Mayer. I reside at the Roney Palace. I don't have any fancy architectural drawings, and I'm not an expert on anything except living at the Roney. My unease with the 23rd Street and Collins Avenue intersection is widely known as a nightmare to navigate. The safety on the street for pedestrians, strollers, bicycles, scooters, buses, double parking vehicles, car services loading and unloading passengers. This should be enough reason to reconsider this proposal. The backup beeping of the trucks that have started as early as 3:26 a.m. on occasion and often before the regulated time of 7 a.m. is acceptable behavior for daily life with the loading dock. The addition of clubs and outside dining with music will bring more headaches to those that call this their home. The music with predominantly bass melodies makes my Apple Watch warn me that I'm in a loud environment while I'm sitting trying to listen to TV. And this exposure can damage my hearing, quote, Apple. Feeling the vibrations of the music in my apartment should not be okay. Asking for relief to have a safe environment is not a courtesy, it's a reasonable expectation. I am a native Miamian, and I chose this urban life that I love in Miami Beach. I serve community here on being on the Women's Commission as vice chairman. I serve on the Collins Park Neighborhood Board as secretary. Maybe my city can spare my neighbors and I by not adding additional chaos to my quality of life.
There's
Good
no hand
morning,
raised.
board members. My name is Giuseppe Nediani. I'm a professional licensed engineer in the state of Florida, and I've been living in the 12th floor of the Roney Hotel, of the Roney condominium for 25 years. My balcony faces the W Hotel. The new owners of the W Hotel have been very disrespectful of the noise ordinances. Early in 2025, the W Hotel started having loud music around the swimming pool from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. And several times each month, the W Hotel has parties in their open nightclub and around the pool with live bands and pre-recorded music that sometimes lasts until 2 o'clock in the morning, much later than permitted. Please listen to the video that I made, recorded on December 6, 2025, 12:28 a.m. during a W Hotel party. Let me see if I can find it. And I have several more of those. This is at past midnight, and it has been, in my personal case, I had code compliance at least 8 times during the last 4 months regarding similar noises. In addition, during the day, the noise from the W Hotel during the day is so loud that we have to have our televisions and sound music very loud so we don't hear the bang, bang, bang noise coming from the music. From my point of view, obviously, I don't approve the project before any other studies are made related to traffic studies, and particularly noise studies. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Merrill Rose. I apologize, I don't have anything written down. I didn't know that I was going to speak. But I live at Roney Palace. I live on the 16th floor. I face the W Hotel. And in my experience, because of the configuration of the buildings, it's a tunnel, so that the sound just comes right up. I mean, I can hear people talking in the pool. So you can imagine when there's a party and there's loud music, it's especially bad. And I meant to say, I'm also a board member of the Historic Hampton House. Had to put that in there. Anyway, I'm not opposed to music. I love music. But what we hear, what affects us at Roney is this bass that is a thumping. It sounds like thunder. And I hear it inside my apartment with all my windows and doors shut. And it gives you a headache. It makes you anxious. It's not livable. I love living here. I love Miami Beach. My husband and I have been here for about 4 years. We adore it. But it's becoming difficult to live here. I need sleep. 5 o'clock in the morning, there are trucks that come into the W loading dock, and they do a three-point turn, and they beep the whole time, all the way in, all the way out, and it wakes us up. And so we live with that, and then you're going to put more on top of that. It's untenable. It is. And one more thing I wanted to say. The other day, I watched as an 18-wheeler turned around on Collins Avenue and backed in to the W half street. It's not a street, it's a half street. Backed in and beeped the whole way, and traffic on both sides of Collins was stopped for about 5 minutes. So, thank you. I hope you do not approve this today. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Mato Kolak. I'm resident at the Roney Palace, 2301 Collins Avenue, and I'm on the 14th floor facing the W directly. So, and listening to both sides today, starting with Mr. Kasdan's comments about the Rubin brothers and the great effect it's going to be here in Miami Beach, that we should be grateful that they invested. I don't agree with that. I mean, Miami Beach is not a two-bit town anymore. People want to invest here. I don't think they need extra incentives or the loss of our lifestyle that we have at the Roney. That's all I want, and a lot of us want, is peaceful enjoyment of our properties. I've owned since '99. I was here 21 years ago, and we thought we had things settled. There was issues along the way, but they're resolved, you know. But right now, there is such a hard line difference. I don't know what the board's going to do, but I think one of your responsibilities about that buffering is how we fit into the adjacent neighbors, which we are, and will have the most effect. Specific point, today, 5:45 a.m., I was woken up by a truck reversing, pulled open the blinds. There it is at the W, just by the valet. All the bays were full. And then a couple hours later, I took out the dog to walk. There's a huge 30-foot long garbage bin, 30 or 40, sitting there exposed in front because all the bays were filled where the garbage should be. That happens a lot. There's a W food truck taking part. And then the fire lane of that 23rd Street, the half street that W has, was full of cars. And mechanics or whoever has to come to fix things. Don't forget the W is also private, so privately owned condos need their own workmen and that. There's no other place that these people can park. It's complete chaos and it's terrifying. But to me, the noise is the big one that's going to drive us all out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a caller online that hung up previously, Arpan.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Arpan Parikh. I have Unit 523 in the W, and I wanted to just say that I support this project wholeheartedly. I have a unit that's right across the Roney, and when they were doing their pool update, I was dealing with noise for over a year and a half, and same thing with the sounds and with all of that nonsense. So, I feel that we really need an upgrade on the property. It has been way too long. It's a dated property to a certain extent, and it needs to go through. That's my comment. Thank you so much.
That concludes our public comment.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I may have, I think I need about 7 minutes to respond to Mr. Robbins' comments as well as the expert that they brought forward. So, I'd like to start by putting this in context. What is actually before you and what are we considering? There were no comments about the new pool redesign and pool area. There were no comments about the patisserie. There were no comments about the lobby. There were no comments even about the drop-off on 22nd Street. There were comments about what is happening with regard to the private lounge, the VIP lounge. And if we may have my presentation put back up, because there's some misinformation that was given by the opposing side. We could put that back up, please. Okay, while, there we go, thank you. I'd like to go, I'm going to go towards the end of this presentation. With respect to the proposed site plan, they made the statement that we are increasing the capacity of what has been the nightclub will be a private lounge, VIP lounge. That's not correct. We are actually reducing the size of it. And if you can see what we have there, that blue line outlines the seating that they are saying is outdoors, but it is covered. It is under the curtilage of the existing building. In other words, what they're doing is opening up the walls, but keeping the roof and all the supports, so it will be covered, completely covered by a concrete ceiling that it currently exists, not expanding it, just making it outdoor seating instead of indoor seating. So that's something that's very important, and that therefore will have no impact whatsoever on the neighbor's property. You heard all these comments and discussion. There was about noise, about operations, about all of that. As you know, as you have been told, that is not the domain of this board. So the one thing that they try to hang their hat on is, well, the traffic and the traffic circulation. And the code condition, the requirement or standard that is referred to, let me read it carefully to you. Pedestrian and vehicular traffic movement within and adjacent to the site shall be reviewed to ensure that clearly defined, segregated pedestrian access to the site and all buildings is provided. The focus is on pedestrian access. And it goes on to say, for driveways and parking spaces, safely and conveniently arrange and have a minimal impact on pedestrian circulation throughout the site. And that to interfere as little as possible with vehicular traffic flow on the roads and pedestrian movement onto and within the site. That's what the focus of that criteria is. And with respect to that, I would point out, we are not creating any new driveways. We're not changing the traffic or curb cuts, not changing the traffic pattern one iota. And so you would be typically looking at, where's the curb cut going to go? Where's the driveway going to go? We're not changing any of that. I'd like to briefly, even though it is not really properly in a way before your board, I'd like to have Kevin Dardarsky come up and briefly rebut some of the mistaken statements that were made by their traffic expert.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. My name is Derek Tedeschi. I work at Kimley Horn. I'm the traffic engineer on the project. I'm going to touch on 5 main points that Mr. Taxman brought up earlier. The first one is he showed an image of a T-bone, a graphic on his PowerPoint. That scenario today is not permitted. That location operates under what we would call a split phase operation where conflicting movements are not permitted, right? That's a deliberate safety measure. So in addition to that, DOT has supplemented the westbound approaches with a no right turn on red. So, that scenario right now is technically not permitted. The second point I'd like to make is about the concerns about the drop off on the north end. Now, loading and valet will remain today. The main valet operations will still occur on the south. The only change is the addition of a very exclusive members lounge area, which generates at a maximum 18 trips in the afternoon. So the traffic volumes are pretty low. There was another point about collecting data in September. Now, that's a valid time collection period. Schools were in session. And we did factor up the volumes by 6%, which is allowed, and that follows typical FDOT standards. So that is also an incorrect statement. And then the last thing I'd like to say is we did go through an independent review with a consultant who reviewed and approved this. We provided a methodology before we submitted our study, and everything's been done above board. So,
thank you. So yes, and that's very important. There was an independent review of it. And again, all of these things will be considered in context of a conditional use permit application. The one thing I would like to say with respect to the conditions is that the condition on the south side on 22nd Street, where staff has recommended the introduction of a raised curb from the to divide the driveway from the sidewalk. There are physical and practical problems that we would have with regard to that because we have to change the entirety of the sidewalk. But understanding what the concern is, what we would be willing to do is work with staff to come up to design some means of separation of the pedestrian area and the vehicular area so vehicles can't back up on the sidewalk, perhaps bollards, something of that sort. So I would request that that condition be modified to say we'll work with staff to come up with some barrier or barricade that would provide that. And that really, the other thing, as I mentioned, critical importance to us is cannot be conditioned. You heard, we will be talking, I guarantee you, we'll be talking to the Roney residents a lot as we go forward with our conditional use permit approval. And there are some legitimate issues with regard to operations that they are fully entitled to be raising. This is not the forum. We will meet with them, but we need to get moving with the actual physical construction. And you heard, again, literally, no objection to the kinds of things, the patisserie, the new beach bar and pool area, you know, the porte cochere. Those are the things that brought this item to your board for review. The interior stuff is not even a historic lobby. That's a major portion of it, but it's not really for your board's review. You heard no objections whatsoever to the main outside elements, except to some extent, the valet drop-off on the north end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to make certain the record is
Wait,
clear.
so
May I make some objections? First of all, the so-called peer review was not provided to us until this morning, though we requested it a month ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Public record.
We were told it was not there when we contacted the planning department. The planning department, Mr. Belush, handed it to me today, and he apologized and said it was in another file in the planning board, not in this file. So, however, we should have received that and had an opportunity to review that timely and had our traffic engineer remove the striking because we did not have an opportunity to question or cross-examine that witness. And that's a requirement that the person who prepares traffic engineering reports should be available for cross-examination. He has not been made available.
Not
for
required that the peer review be here.
But it was
present.
submitted.
So,
in
gentlemen,
real-
I'm going to ask you to stop cross-talking, please. Thank you. Mr. Robbins, if you conclude, and Mr. Caston, I'll give you time for final rebuttal, and then we're going to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and just want to make it clear that it does, the criteria which is in the staff report includes not only pedestrian, but traffic vehicle ingress. And you can read the language, it's right in your staff report. It's not just about pedestrians, though pedestrians are a big concern. That's all I have to say today. Thank you. I look forward to hearing your deliberations on these critical issues.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to close public comment. So if you'd like your final rebuttal, I'll give you 1 more minute.
Thank you. Very briefly, the comment with respect to partially satisfied with respect to pedestrian and vehicular circulation dealt with the issue on 22nd Street, which was the need to introduce a curb to make sure that vehicles do not park perpendicular. That is the only thing that was addressed by that condition. And we are telling you that we are willing to, as a condition, work with staff to provide a structured separation so that that can't happen. Thank you.
So I've asked this, we're closing public, or going with public comment. I've asked the city attorney to, because it was raised in public comment. We've closed the public hearing. Sorry. We had a very long public comment period.
I came for a meeting and then I was invited here, so I just wanted to say one brief comment. I'm over the canal.
No, thank you. So,
I'm the applicant. I'm here to answer questions they may have.
no, so I've asked the city attorney to speak to the circulation, the pedestrian, it was brought up in public comment, what is under our purview as, under a previous application that was heard earlier today versus this particular application. So if you can address that.
Sure. So just to recap, what's before you is an application for a certificate of appropriateness. Your certificate of appropriateness criteria include a review of, and I'm just going to read some of this verbatim. Pedestrian and vehicular traffic movement within and adjacent to the site shall be reviewed to ensure that clearly defined segregated pedestrian access to the site and all buildings is provided for, and that any driveways and parking spaces are usable, safely and conveniently arranged, and have a minimal impact on pedestrian circulation throughout the site. Access to the site from adjacent roads shall be designed so as to interfere with as little as possible with vehicular traffic flow on these roads and pedestrian movement onto and within the site, as well as permit both pedestrians and vehicles a safe ingress and egress to the site. Staff has included analysis of this criterion as part of its narrative in the staff report, and there is a recommended condition. Because this project also requires a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment, the planning board is required to consider issues like, and I'm just going to read so the board is clear, a parking plan which fully describes where and how the parking is to be provided and utilized, including valet, and the manner in which it is to be managed. A traffic circulation analysis and plan which details the impact of projected traffic on the immediate neighborhood and how this impact is to be mitigated. And I'll also raise, because it's come up during this hearing, a noise attenuation plan which addresses how noise will be controlled to meet the requirements of the noise ordinance. So, to the extent that there may be some overlap between this board's review of pedestrian and vehicular movements and circulation on the site and adjacent to the site, as well as the issues that the planning board will be looking at, which really are part of the planning board's review of the use and the operational plan for this property. The planning board, at the end of the day, any comments that this board makes or any conditions you impose that relate to any of these issues really need to yield to the planning board's review of a conditional use permit application. Because at the end of the day, not every application for a C of A requires planning board approval. This one does. So in this instance, the operational issues, while you may have some purview here, the operational issues are ultimately going to be decided by the planning board.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We're going to go to board commentary. If you want to you can stand or have a seat, whatever you prefer, but we're going to go to board commentary.
Could we ask him to sit so we can see the board? It's blocking the view of some of the people. I just asked for that. It's blocking views, interfering with...
I'll be happy to sit down.
Thank
If you
you.
have questions, I'll make myself available.
Thank you very much. Any board commentary? Mitch?
Sure. Have there been any noise violations issued?
We didn't check that. We checked that for the planning board. We didn't check that for this application. Now, of course, if there are noise violations issued and that's brought to the attention of code compliance and planning, the plan director can bring them to the planning board progress report.
Okay. So I'm a little confused by the outdoor seating on the northern elevation. Is that, you say outdoor, but you described it as being enclosed. Will sound permeate that enclosure?
No, good question, and there was a little, Mayor Gelber used to have a great saying, sometimes when there's smoke, there's a smoke machine. The additional outdoor seating that you're talking about is they are taking part of the interior space of the existing, what it is, club, which will become a lounge, and making that open air. But they're retaining the entire structure around it.
Not the walls.
Well, except for the walls towards the pool area, yeah.
So in other words, sound will not be contained and can
Well, if you, if
project on neighbors.
Well, again, we have no, that is governed by the planning board and the CUP. But if you look at it, it was presented to you by the opposition as though it was open air. It is a completely covered structure. It will be, there will be openings towards the east. That's true, but that's all that's happening. And it will be the same concrete structure with walls on the north, roof, concrete roof overhead, but just an open porch out towards the pool and the beach.
Let me ask a follow-up to staff. If we,
It also opens to the north.
got it.
There's a
Hang on
wall
a
off
second.
the north.
Quick question about that. So if we approve as part of the certificate of appropriateness, we would be approving that they could open part of that club to be outdoor, covered but outdoor.
We approve a modification to the plan, yes.
And so if we approve that and then it goes to planning board, they're going to have to provide sound mitigation measures. And if planning board finds that those are not sufficient, do they lose that right to open the walls or something?
I have to take a look and see exactly what exists right now in terms of that construction and how visible that is from both the north and to the east.
But not visibility. I mean, obviously, if you take a wall down, sound is going to permeate more.
Exactly, yes. But I think here, in this case, it does require 5 votes for demolition as part of this application. So we did get 5 votes to approve that demolition. We could not approve that administratively, the opening up. So that is subject to this board to review and approval, that opening up on the north and the east.
The challenge is like the sort of the divide between what is our purview and what's planning board. If we approve something, is it, then it's not for
So
planning?
one thing that the board has done in the past, is the opposite, let's say an application typically may go to the planning board first. We had this case, I think it was for the 1500 block of Washington, where the planning board reviewed the file first, and with input from the Historic Preservation Board on something that was happening at the street level. So the planning board reviewed it, continued the application to get comments from the planning board, and, I'm sorry, from the HPV, and then took that into consideration when they reviewed the application again. In this case, they have not yet finalized their planning board applications. That's hard to happen, but one thing I was going to suggest, since the applicant has not finalized their plans for the beach club area, so if there's some certain elements that you don't want to approve now, you could say, we're going to take out from the approval, for example, the covered valet drop-off area on the north. If that's, if the board wants to remove that from this part of this application this time, and have the applicant submit that as part of their proposed beach club improvements later on, or other improvements that they're going to come back to the board, in the future. So I would suggest focusing on what is the easiest thing to approve today to get some approval, and continue portions of the application to a later time to be addressed, as part of the planning board application before it comes back here, or have the applicant put, more time to provide additional details on that. Because I know for this application, it was rather rushed because we had a full submittal for last month, a change of attorneys, there was some removal of occupancies, removal of seating, but those plans were never presented to the board until today. So I could understand how, there's some concern with the board in terms of how that, we don't have the full plans to show that. So I think it's perfectly appropriate to approve not the entire application today, only part of it, and continue portions of the application that maybe are most controversial this time.
Neeson, when are you planning to go to the planning board? 4 months from now?
Probably, we're thinking July. It's going to, probably.
Go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah. Neeson, you've discussed creating a raised curb or bollards on the south elevation. Why could not the drop-off, the VIP drop-off, take place along the south 22nd Street?
I think that operationally, they feel that it will be a better sort of distribution. And remember, the valet drop-off that they're contemplating, again, we're not getting approval for that. That comes through the planning board. But all you would be approving is actually the creation of the structure that would accommodate that. If for some reason the planning board says, no, you can't have it there, then we would have to remove that portion of the improvements. But that is for, first of all, you have to understand what the contemplated use is. Today, there's a club. This is going to be a VIP lounge. And so it's going to be a not as intense, a less intense, a higher-end use to go with the hotel. And the valet drop-off that they're contemplating there in that driveway is for what they would call VVIPs, a very low number of uses. That is in our traffic report. That is also in the peer review report.
All right, another question. I remember this project when it received the approval. I served on this board at the time. The tunnel, is it currently one-way?
Yes, it is.
And I've heard mentioned that it'll become bidirectional if we approve a northern
No,
drop-off.
so the way we modeled the valet, it's operating as one way, so the circulation wouldn't change, right? So the tunnel, if you're using that drop-off on the north, the valet attendant will go through the tunnel and it comes back down around onto 22nd and it makes that loop. There's no one's going back up the other way.
Okay, so
Yeah.
currently, what you just stated implies that it moves north to south, the tunnel.
No, it goes south to north. So or depending on which way you're looking at it.
I need clarification on this.
Okay, so we'll start with how it operates, right? You're on 22nd Street. You drop off the car to the valet attendant, picks it up, gets onto Collins, pulls into the parking garage to park the car. Valet attendant will go pick up the car, proceed into the tunnel, come back around, drop off the car at the drop-off location. And that circulation is not changing. And that approach is more conservative because the distances that are covered are longer, right? And that is what the city felt most comfortable with too.
Still somewhat confused, but.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, real quick.
It goes clockwise.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Okay,
it goes
clockwise.
clockwise.
Thank you.
That's gonna be my
Clockwise.
question. Or well, that's what it's supposed to be doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask, as traffic affects pedestrian, which we're supposed to consider, right? Are there like, is there like a gate for the loading dock that separates it from Collins on the west of the property?
I don't think so.
Is there anything that,
But that is, remember, we're talking about the existing condition that has for the past 20 years. What they plan on doing with the driveway is actually beautifying it. It will be continued to be used for service, which is further to the western end of the property. And then at the farther east end of the property, there will be that valet drop-off area, which would then enable them to go into the tunnel. And also would screen some of the back-of-house operations. But remember, no new curb cuts, no new driveways, nothing's changing.
although I suppose that's true physically, but right now it's purely a loading dock. And so there's additional cars
Yes.
entering there at different times of day, because presumably loading dock is in the morning, not in the evening. I will say one last thing. I'm grateful not to be on the planning board anymore because of applications like this.
You've dealt with these issues a lot.
Yeah, no.
Haskell, go ahead.
I'm just a bit foggy about what you're talking about. So currently, as it exists, the circulation is north to south in the tunnel, right?
Of the tunnel specifically, but
It's
like the route.
clockwise in plan
Correct.
view,
Correct.
correct? Is that changing?
No.
Okay, so the only addition is the number of cars that are going to be queuing on the north side
Correct.
currently. How many cars can you queue on that north side?
Well, because it's such a low trip generator, we're not expecting, queues. I think I mentioned earlier, maximum of 18 trips is what we'd expect in the PM, in the afternoon period. And so I think you can fit at least two, but
But this is a lounge. You expect nighttime traffic too, no? You're talking about afternoon. What about at night?
Potentially,
when it's
but-
operational?
So the core purpose of the traffic study is to analyze the 2 worst hours of the day. And so we collected 72-hour counts from Thursday to Sunday to determine what 2 hours were going to be, the worst periods with the highest number of volumes. And so that PM peak period that we analyzed is not in the late evening because the volumes along Collins were very low. And so the project in general would not have that adverse of an impact.
I'm sorry, when is volume on Collins low again?
In the lower in the evening, I guess I'll correct.
And this,
In the late evening.
Okay. One more question, Neeson, please. How high are the ceilings in this area that's currently enclosed that you expect to open up roughly? Is it 10 feet? Is it 20 feet? Is it 30, 40?
18 feet.
18 feet. That's a substantial opening. So the green area that you showed in your proposed enlarged site plan, that is going to be completely outdoors, correct?
A portion, if we can bring it back up so that.
On the east side, I think it is.
Let me run, there we go.
So that area in the green.
You see the area, right now, there is what amounts to about 3 rows of tables, which you can see there. That area is currently completely enclosed. It will continue to have the roof. That's all part of the existing club
The
as
blue,
it is.
the area bounded in blue.
In blue, right. That's all completely enclosed now. There will be openings of that area so that it becomes an outdoor, fresh air, indoor-outdoor space, but the roof remains as well.
Right. But the green area.
But the green area is just a sort of a walkway between that and then the area below which you see, which is an outside area for dining.
So it would be within our purview, I guess this is to you, Michael, it would be within our purview down the road to indicate whether we accept or not any noise mitigation elements that would be protecting this area to noise to our neighbors on the north.
If it rose to the level of requiring HPV review, there could be instances where they could add noise protective or noise attenuating elements that could be done administratively without having to come back before you guys. But I think it sounds like there's a lot of lack of clarity about what's happening in this area, and I think it's because the lack of clarity in the plan. So I think definitely, if the board is not happy with the submission for this part, we could continue this part of the application to a future date if they have not sufficiently detailed. I'm looking for some photos of this area right now as part of the application. I don't see photos of this area for us to really judge.
Do we have some?
Let me add a couple points that may help clarify. On that previous image with the blue and the green outlines. The green outline is an existing deck area, which will remain a deck area. And with underneath the structure where a portion of the exterior envelope is being removed to increase the open air seating, that's really like a porch. I did say the slab above is 18 feet above. That's the slab. We're going to need to build down a soffit to enclose HVAC and other equipment, some of which is existing and some of which is probably going to be new.
So can you identify for us which area on that blue that will become open? 'Cause, I think, so our purview here is somewhat, it's limited, right? As Mr. Kazan had reminded us several times. So I think like one of the few things that's left for us to deliberate here is on the design part. And I feel like the drawings and the plans are not specific enough
If you look
for
at
us
the
to mention.
rendering here.
I apologize. I'm now showing you a rendering of what that area would look like. Where the structural columns are is today enclosed. That area would be opened up, and that is what the area would look like. No.
That's today, that's the current design.
Yeah, the focus of that rendering.
No, but that wall, I'm sorry, pardon me, that wall would be removed and additional area would become part of the opening.
The porch would be deeper.
The porch would be deeper.
The focus of this rendering is the potential sound mitigation strategy.
And where is that portion that will be open? Because we still, I don't think
You
any
see
of
where
us
those-
have understood that part yet.
It's where the double doors are and the two metal doors to the right. That's currently, the two metal doors serve a bathroom, and the double door is the entrance into the current.
No, I understand that. And
Oh,
what I'm
okay, I'm
trying
sorry.
to
I
understand is
apologize.
how far into the building you are
Oh,
cutting it.
it's one structural bay, so it'll be twice as deep as what you see now.
When will you guys be returning for the Beach Cafe portion of this?
I'm not sure, but the reason why this is important to us is because even though this is not a historic, not a contributing building, this is the one element that involves some demolition, because we have to demolish that wall. And so that's a major sort of construction lead item. Again, we will, how it's used, sound, hours, all will have to go before the planning board. But in terms of, that's a significant construction item.
Right, but we are limited to the design of it, and without like seeing a visual of what it becomes, it's difficult to approve it. The whole thing is a bit complicated. Is it possible you could return with that, like visuals and enlarged plan, exactly what it's going to become, just for clarity?
Yes. But we could, perhaps return with that sooner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Glad to.
Because I think I don't want to speak for everyone, but, I'd be much more comfortable approving the other parts that we can clearly see, just to eliminate any confusion.
Right, and I think if we could have enlarged plans of the patisserie area and how that intersects with the right-of-way and the pedestrian circulation and the vehicular circulation and the setbacks, I think that will help us to understand the project and be in favor. Because right now, I think you're asking us to approve a design based on a verbal description, and that's, for us, especially architects, is a very hard thing to do.
Right, although this, with respect to the patisserie, I think we've shown you what it will look like.
Great.
With respect to the beach, the new beach bar, yes, and obviously the interior spaces and the porte cochere. I think I understand the question you're asking about, how's this going to look?
Yeah.
And
just a
I
few
think we can
renderings.
come back
Yeah.
So when are you planning to apply for the building department permit?
for,
The building department
as
construction
soon as,
permit?
as soon as possible.
And when that would be, do you have like a schedule, a wish list or something
I don't know,
like that?
well,
We're still resolving the production schedule. We have most of our consultants on board, not all of them. We're going as fast as we can.
But what we can do is take this, bifurcate this particular portion out, come back to you with more fuller renderings and et cetera of what it would look like.
Haskell has some
Yeah, that
commentary.
would help quite a bit, because I'm
Yeah.
still a little bit confused. To address the neighbors' concerns about the noise, the thumping noise that's coming at night or during the day, where is that on the plan? Where is that noise emanating or originating from now?
I honestly don't know. I'm not an acoustical engineer. It's not my area of expertise.
I can tell you as a member of the planning board, it was a lot of that, and it's a complex issue, and I think they're gonna have to show that in that application. And if there are numerous code complaints, planning board will call them for a progress report. And
The reason I bring this up is because if this new venue that you're proposing has no effect on noise that's originating, that they're complaining about, I think they're non-issues. So I'd like to know, where is this noise originating from? Is it part of what you're proposing or something new?
I didn't hear the question.
The noise that the residents are complaining about, where is it originating? From what portion of the structure? Where is it coming from?
probably the nightclub, right?
I mean, I don't know if it is even originating from our space. But again, we are regulated by the code in terms of sound. If it is and it violates the code, we can be cited. The report that was pulled at the time of application shows no open violations. Now, that was a few weeks ago. So,
I mean, Nissan, they're complaining about continuous noise issues. I would assume that.
and I can appreciate that. And it's certainly something I will be discussing and we will be looking into. But it doesn't, that relates again to the operation and what we have approved and whether we are in compliance with the code. It's not fair to say we're going to hold up your design approval and everything else because you may have some noise violations, although we're showing no violations currently.
So-
And we'll deal with it. I mean, look, it's a legitimate question, and we're involved now, and we're going to make sure. And I think the intention of the owners is to really upgrade the product that they deliver there, so it's not a wild party scene, but much higher end. They're investing a lot of money, so valid concerns, we'll deal with it.
I think what the owners are proposing internally is beautiful. The work that we've done is extensive, and I applaud you for what you've done, but we certainly have to be mindful of what the concerns are of the neighbors.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do we have any commentary from anyone who has not spoken yet? I guess that's, any further commentary? Okay. So I agree with my fellow board members. I think what you're proposing internally, the patisserie, is very beautiful and very well done. I think, based on what I'm hearing here, that we're probably going to be looking at a partial approval of the, hold on, I had it in front of me.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think the one item that we would pull out, well, I don't want to speak for the board, but there is the elements, the interior elements, of course, really are needed, but not so much the purview of this board, but the porte cochere, the redoing of the pool area, the beach bar. Remember, we've taken out the northeast corner. That's not part of this application. And of course, the patisserie as well. There was comment about the addition, taking part of what is now the nightclub and opening it up and coming back to you with, well, I think it's in our package, the architectural package, but we can come back to you with that if we separate that off in a subsequent meeting. And then the other question you deal with is, of course, the valet drop-off, which operationally, the planning board will be dealing with that. And we have the other 2 points that are, of course, a major concern to us is, one, the curb, but if it's acceptable, we would work with staff to come up with some structural barrier that would prevent cars from going up on the curb, other than a curb cut. And of course, the condition, we can't be held hostage for this, all these physical improvements, waiting for conditional use permit approval.
Do you have a comment?
So just one question. On the pool improvements, is there any change to the sound system around the pool?
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet,
Yeah,
Mr. Hollingsworth. This is just design at this point, and whatever sound system's going to be there is going to have to be approved by
The CUP.
The CUP, by the planning board.
Okay.
You're not approving any sound system. Yeah.
So do we have any further commentary?
Neeson, could you reiterate the modifications you're making to the pool area?
Well, we can show them again. Basically, they're resurfacing the pool. What they're doing, you saw they had those two less attractive sort of beach bar areas, and they're going to be having one area which is going to be more open, lighter.
The coping?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're primarily finishes around the pool and the pool deck. And as was mentioned, the bar is decreasing in size and becoming less.
Yeah. Also, the landscaping, we're going to be fixing it so that there is some required visibility from that to the beach walk as well.
Do we have a motion for?
Yeah, I guess the only final determination would be the 3 modifications to conditions IC2, IC3C, and IC3E, which I'm comfortable with IC3E. Michael, maybe you could help us write it. Are bollards an acceptable, or can we?
Yeah, that's a acceptable option, right?
Okay, so
We can
maybe-
modify that to include an option for bollards.
Okay, yeah, I think everybody would be comfortable with that. I'm okay with taking IC3C out, given that for the
Well, I think we
patisserie.
can say she'll comply with the setback requirements.
Okay.
Any modification, she'll comply with the required setbacks.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the only issue is IC2. I'm okay with IC2 seeking a permit before the CUP so long as it's clear to planning board that we aren't endorsing the operations of the project.
Well, that's really going to be subject to determination by the planning director. So if the planning director feels that he cannot approve the plans that increase the occupancy or seating without planning board approval, then we won't approve the building permit. But there could be some sort of documentation that the owner has to submit to allow that permit to proceed.
So do we need to amend that?
Well, do you want to leave it in or take it out? Do you want to say subject to the planning director?
Why don't we take it out and say subject to the planning director? Unless anyone.
Well, if I may, I think you just need to take it out.
Right.
Because we have to get the CUP in order to have any governing the entirety of our operations. So this is really just about physical building. We would request that it doesn't really take a determination. Now, at the point in time that we're going to get a CO and a CU, and they're going to say, well, how can you operate? We have to have a CUP at that point in time. We don't at this point.
And it could be the case that you get a permit and you potentially build something and then you don't receive a CUP.
Correct.
And not be able to use it.
You also could take that condition, not put it in this order. They're going to come back to you for these other elements. You could put that in that order.
What? I'm not following.
I'm saying, sounds like the issues that the board is having an issue with today are the improvements related to the nightclub, on opening up the nightclub on the exterior, the valet stand on the north. Those are elements that are going to come back to the board, I believe. So if the board at that time felt that those are issues that they want to have that condition placed back into the order, saying that those improvements cannot be constructed until the planning board approves the modified CUP, the board could put that condition at that time.
At that point in time.
Yeah.
But remember, even if the planning board didn't approve a CUP, we would be restricted and we'd have to operate the hotel as it's operated now.
I'm just saying, like, so there's an outside chance, let's say, for example, the board approved all this and they modified their application to reduce their seating, reduce their occupancy, they would not have to go back to planning board. So this sort of like requires them to go back to the planning board, even if they reduce their occupancy and seats.
So just a quick question. So if that condition is irrelevant, why was it placed in front of us?
No, I don't think it is irrelevant. I think it is important because I think even without that condition, the planning director could say, we're not going to approve, your plans show an increase in occupancy and seating. We could say this is associated with your neighbor impact venues, that we're not going to approve this if you haven't had a modification to your CUP.
No, what I was saying is that if that condition was not necessary
Well,
because the
I put it in there because of
That's what I'm trying to understand.
the changes related to the exterior that impact noise, traffic, those issues.
Mr. Belushi, we could say, because this is the fact, that things such as operation and occupancy and seating will be subject to approval by the planning board. But take this out in terms of that we have to get that CUP. So we'll know, everyone knows going in, we're going to have to get the planning board to approve those elements, but we can proceed with the design. We may have to have less people there, if they don't approve it, the seating may be less, the occupancy may be less.
But if they didn't have sufficient seating to trigger the CUP hearing for planning board, then it would be under our purview?
Yes.
But if we direct them to go to the planning board in our order to resolve this issue, can we do that outside of the requirement for them to go to planning board? In other words.
I think so. If this application was not going to planning board, then you could place conditions in regarding hours and sound and things like that. So I think you could state that if for some reason the plans are modified to no longer require planning board review, that the application should come back to the Historic Preservation Board to review those issues.
Yeah, why don't we say that?
Okay.
Okay.
May I speak for 1 minute, 30 seconds? It seems like we're going to sever out the north driveway valet parking and the outdoor seating on the club, and that will be done at a later date. Given that it's still going to go to planning board for CUP approval, we are supportive of the work that they're going to do in the rest of the site, subject to determination of occupancy and demand and the valet issues. But we will accept, as far as the south valet, that could be done before the planning board. But we would just want to make certain that when it comes back, we do have review of the north drop-off area, the actual structure for this board to review to see if sufficient and appropriate, as well as the outdoor seating and how that's going to be handled with respect to the buffering, which is your responsibility. If you take those out, we will support, for the purposes of this review, the project, and we will not challenge it, but we will go to the planning board and deal with those issues at the planning board. So I just want to be clear as to where the RONI is on that issue.
No, but I think we keep it, Kent, that only, we're gonna review that here if it doesn't go to planning board. Otherwise, we leave it within their purview for the sound impact, because they're not presenting
Correct.
that stuff here.
Is to approve those items except what Ken mentioned. Those would be continued to a future meeting. The board would look at it, as well as the planning board for the operations, but this.
And we will sit down with them and work with them. We intend to do that to try to resolve this.
I appreciate the spirit, but there's a little, a wrinkle to that. So let's be specific. We're talking about the northern, I mean, if that is the direction the board is going in, bifurcating, approving the rest, coming back to this board for its approval of the northern valet drop-off. With respect to the, let's be careful on the wording, it's not the outdoor seating, it is simply the opening up of the portion of the existing building to outdoor seating.
It's
Yeah,
the
we're just talking about-
demolition.
Right, what?
The
Yeah, not-
demolition.
Not the entirety of outdoor seating.
Just the certificate of appropriateness for those modifications,
Right.
right? Yeah. Can somebody draft that?
I will try. Okay, so, and correct me if I miss anything, I probably will be. So I make a motion to approve the following items on this application. The porte cochere, with the condition that the applicant work with staff to resolve the 6-inch curb or any other device to clarify traffic circulation. The pool area as proposed, and the opening up of the portion of the enclosed club to outdoor seating.
I think that's going to come back.
That will come back?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that one we had included there? No? Okay. So then we're doing only the two areas and the pool area. So be the porte cochere, the pool area, and the patisserie
Well, would be,
area.
if I may, be everything but the valet, new valet drop-off and the wall that we
Okay,
were
so
taking
then we
down.
exclude instead of
Right,
okay,
right.
include, all right, so I
Yeah.
will rephrase it. So I make a motion to approve the application excluding the north drop-off area and the proposed changes to the.
Nightclub.
To the nightclub.
Instead of curb cut, we have our other physical
Okay,
barrier.
and then
I'm
the
s-
conditions, okay?
I'm sorry, but a lot's been going back and forth. If we could just restate it so I could be clear,
I don't think we're done yet.
okay?
Let us finish, and then we will try to restate it.
So
Okay.
can I,
Yeah.
everybody's giving me some red marks.
Well,
here.
This was mentioned earlier. I just want to make
okay.
sure that
Okay,
it gets
so the
included in the
So,
record.
okay, so I will start again. So the approval of the application excluding the north drop-off area and the opening of the club to outdoor seating. And the conditions will be the following.
The car drop-off area on the
The
North
north.
side.
The north.
The north, yes. The valet drop-off are in the south to discuss with staff either a 6-inch curb to prevent the vehicles from encroaching to the public sidewalk or any other device to achieve that. And then that.
to staff's approval.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then the existing condition IC2, we are modifying to, if the planning board, if it's not going to planning board for CUP, the project needs to return to the Historic Preservation Board to discuss approve operation, hours of operation, and everything else that's under the condition.
If I may, if we can make one thing though very clear, so you're removing that, so we can get a building permit based on this approval.
Well, I don't know, that's subject to determination by the planning director, because if your plans come in and show you're expanding the occupancy and you don't have a modified CUP, we could easily say, you can't get a building permit until you have those plans for modification reviewed by the planning board.
Yeah, how would that work?
So I think the answer is.
Yeah, for the
that-
physical improvements, we don't have to show seats and tables, and we won't.
Yeah, as long as you're showing your.
I mean, I think this is candidly a little bit muddying it. If we trigger anything that needs a CUP, any change in operations, we go to the planning board. If this is simply for the physical improvements, and I think it muddies things to try to tie it to that it would come back to this board for restrictions on operations. I really think it's much cleaner to keep those processes legally separate as they are.
So absent going to planning board, that would be before us. And so what we're saying is that if you make changes to your seating or operations that fall below the requirement for it to go to planning board, that it would have otherwise had to come before us, that because you're no longer going to planning board, you will have to come back before us. If it still has to go to planning board, then that's fine. But otherwise, you would have had to bring that to us today.
So I think.
But I question though.
Let me, just one clarification. So I think now, based upon the physical changes being made, so let's say even taking a second look at this, since they are making physical changes by removing the wall and other elements, including the addition of the valley on the north side, even if they don't change the occupancy or reduce it, this still has to go to planning board as a modification.
And I remind you as well, years ago, Michael, when you were first starting, HPB orders had conditions involving operations. That was by design specifically separated so that, let's say, if this board was to impose a condition on an operation and some new owner comes in, you'd have to get go to get a CUP, and you'd have to go to this board on operations. The operation stuff is planning board, not this board.
And there is a CUP, so that makes sense. If there was not a CUP, then I think we could do the opposite, but now there is a CUP.
Even if there's not a CUP, I don't think this board can be saying hours of operations as long as you're code compliant.
The board does have authority over pedestrian and vehicular, certain pedestrian and vehicular issues that relate to the operation. So I think, where there is overlapping jurisdiction between the HPB and the planning board, assuming a CUP application will be filed, this board should yield to the planning board. If your load and your seating layout is revised not to require planning board approval, then you would be before. I think that's what we're saying, is that you would need to come before the board to address any of those issues where the HPB does have authority.
But that would happen anyway. You don't have to put that in an order. Right?
Not necessarily. If the board's had discussion
But
today
what would those issues be?
yielding to the planning board on traffic issues.
But the planning board can't. The HPB can't say what the hours of operation should be, what the level of noise should be, what the occupant load should be. I think it's muddling things up. Right now, we can only do what the existing CUP allows, including hours of operation, including noise, et cetera.
I think we can state that based upon the changes being approved here today, a modification of the CUP is required at the planning board.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because if we weren't going to planning board, then I would want to see a noise mitigation study or for this certificate.
Which is why I suggested, can we say within our order that they have to go to planning board, even if they decide to back down on some of those changes? That's the question I was asking earlier.
And I don't think you need. I think what Michael's saying is that because of the changes to the site plan that the HPB would be approving today, the applicant's going to require CUP
Yes.
approval anyway. So
Okay.
We don't need to state it.
Great.
Right. So we have a motion.
Yes.
And I think to restate, if I may, motion? Okay, thanks. So is to approve the application with the exception of the northern valet entrance and the demolition between the proposed members-only club and the pool. Okay. And then.
To come back.
To come back, correct. So we're going to continue those portions of the application. And then the conditions that were in the staff order that are being modified based on the application. So we are removing condition IC2? Is that what we have decided upon? Or are we modifying IC2?
Let's remove
That's a question for the board, Mr. Caston.
We're removing it.
Okay, we're removing IC2. And then we are modifying IC3E. So we're not eliminating that first sentence, but making a change to it. After 6-inch curb, we're gonna add, this is my recommendation, but language, or other physical barrier, i.e. bollards, e.g. bollard, whatever, other physical barrier, subject to staff approval, to physically prevent vehicles from encroaching onto the public sidewalk, okay? And we will not be eliminating the last sentence, but again, that's board approval. Or, sorry, not board approval, excuse me, staff approval.
Also, Madam Chair, IC3C, which will be,
I'm not there yet. I was
Oh, I'm
coming back to
sorry.
it.
Okay.
I skipped it intentionally.
okay.
I did have one question on IC3C, and I don't know if this is necessary for a friendly amendment. It was represented by the applicant that everything was movable. But I will say, at least in one of the renderings, it looks like the planters are fixed. So I just want to make sure that the drawings and site plan represent that they are actually movable and that there is no approval for fixed.
We're not
Items there.
approving any variances.
Yeah, I'm with you, but because, so the condition said, based on the submitted plans, doesn't comply, I want to make sure that the plans ultimately do comply
And the
with.
requirement will be that they'll be code compliant, and we'll have to submit plans showing that.
Okay,
Well, the clear condition basically says that any modifications to the south, although the board may be approving seating areas, have to comply with the code requirements.
yep, that's fine with me. Okay, so that's the motion as it stands. Did I miss anything? And does that actually represent, Elizabeth, what you were moving?
Yes, you did a great job.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes 6-0. Can we get a motion now to continue
Yeah, I'll
those
make a
elements that
motion.
were excluded?
Yeah, I make a motion to continue the
Until when-
nightclub renovation and the valet drop-off to the north.
When's the deadline, Michael? to
Well,
submit?
you would need to submit by Monday for the May meeting, so you're probably looking at June.
So, June?
Yeah.
So for the benefit of everyone else in chambers, just so you know, when we conclude this application, we're going to take approximately 20 minutes for lunch. I just wanted to let everyone know that.
June meeting?
Okay.
And the Roni will be available to meet with Mr. Kasdan and his very knowledgeable team to be able to work this out potentially.
I'm always available to meet with my,
Hey, we're good friends.
with my high school.
Hey, I want to get a
High
photo
school
of this.
and law school
College.
classmate.
Not yet.
Okay, so that motion is to move it to the June meeting?
That's June 9th. Do I have a second on that?
June 9th.
Second on the,
Second, Mr. Marco, all in favor?
Aye.
hi.
Any opposed? That motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa. You got it.
So we'll now take a 20-minute break for lunch.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our April 14th Historic Preservation Board meeting. I will turn it over to the city attorney in case we have anybody who needs to be sworn in that has come in this afternoon, and then we'll move on to our next applicant.
Sure. If there's anyone in the room who was not sworn in this morning and intends to testify, please raise your right hands. Hi, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Our next application is HPB 25-0645 for 235 Washington Avenue. This is an application requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing two-story structure and its replacement with the construction of a new recreation field for the abutting previously approved school located at 251 Washington Avenue. This application was before you last on last month, and remember the applicant had presented some options for recreating the front facade, including an actual recreation, retaining it, or creating a sort of interpretive design that would call the original structure on site. Since the last meeting, the applicant has filed an amended application for a variance for the May meeting, because this now includes a reconstruction or a new construction of a front facade and wall that recalls the original design of the two-story structure. Because that application now includes a front setback variance, it's been advertised for May. So at this point, the applicant's requesting some comments and feedback on their latest proposal, and for the board to continue this application to May, where the board will make a final decision on the application.
Lindsay?
Yes, Mitch?
Go ahead, Mitch.
Michael, I'm sorry, what kind of variance? I didn't hear you.
Right now.
Setback?
The
Is
setback,
that-
right.
Okay.
The building right now is located on the property line at the front. The code requires a 5-foot setback. So they're proposing to put the reinterpreted facade along the same elevation, the same setback as the current building, which doesn't comply with the setback. Because it's a new structure, they're asking for that variance, and that's going to be part of their application for May. But they're going to show you today what they're proposing in terms of that facade.
So today they're seeking approval
No,
for the demolition?
just comments and feedback, and then continue till May, I believe, right, Mr. Larkin?
I love you all to approve the design today. We'll be back in May for the variant, but I'm not going to argue with Michael, whatever Michael wants.
Yeah, I think we don't want to have the board approve a design and then have the variance come back next month. So we're asking for the board to comment. If the board likes the design, give feedback, and there should be an easy application for May, hopefully.
Right.
We did have a lot of public comment in support of the application in May.
Okay.
And Mr. Larkin, would you like to continue with your presentation?
Sure.
Before we start the presentation, do we have any questions for staff related to how we're handling this, or? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No problem. Madam Chair, bring up the presentation.
Yes, it's here.
Okay. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Ryan Alderman, our architect. Our landscape architect is Charles Atkins. He's appearing via Zoom. We have our historic resource consultant, Stephen Abdikoff, my colleague, or partner, Paul Savage, and my colleague, Rob Alvarez. Next slide. So you all know Base Camp is one of the newest private schools in our Miami Beach universe. It has opened to some acclaim with its small classroom setting, and its innovative curriculum has made quite a splash in the last 5 years. Next slide. These are the building that you all approved in 2022. It's rapidly nearing completion. As I told you all last year, I went in a hard hat hearing. I was amazed at the complexity of the construction, and I was scared for my life sometimes, but it's going very well, and it should be done very soon. Next slide. So this is a context slide noting what's shaded is the subject property, and then that's a 2D elevation at the bottom of that slide. Next slide. Staff was in support of our application at last month's hearing. They had asked for an architectural expression. We did what we could prior to the hearing, but it wasn't sufficient time for us to really think it through. That's why you all thankfully let us continue the application until today. And before Madam Chair are the samples we made of the ceramic block that you can pass around. One is with a 3D printer. The other, we actually went to a store close to the design district and were able to get some samples. Next slide. This is the original bungalow, the wooden bungalow that was at 313 Meridian Avenue in the South of Fifth neighborhood. My involvement with this application was a long, long time ago, but that's what the bungalow did look like, and it did not stand the test of time. It was deemed unsafe structure and ultimately demolished, and that's when this board came into the picture and requested something, and we came back a few years later and requested something different, and I'm going to let Steven Abdikoff get into this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Michael, Madam Chair, board members, staff. Appreciative to speak to you once again here today. Steve Abdikoff, Principal of Heritage Architectural Associates, 4300 Biscayne Boulevard. Where retention of original historic structures can't be achieved, the provision of a referential homage is an appropriate treatment from a preservation standpoint. It's been something that's been successfully completed here in Miami Beach before, elsewhere around the country, and for many, many years. We're going to show some examples of those. Based upon the testimony of the previous hearing and what additional information we're going to hear later today, it is not feasible to retain the building here, and therefore we're going to incorporate a referential structure for the site. What we're going to see here, this is an example at 313 Meridian of the bungalow, the interpretation of the bungalow that you saw in Michael's slide. This is what it looks like in reality here. It's an interpretation and transformation of the form of the bungalow. It's not a replication, but it transforms it forward with light materials, with louvers that are aluminum with bronze finish. So they suggest the volume of the building and the form and the fenestration, but they're an interpretive component. And you can see how it pays honor to the history and the location of that bungalow that you saw in Michael's image. As I mentioned, you see examples of interpretive components in other locations. I find these particularly interesting here. These are located in the central east side district of Portland, Oregon, which was an industrial area. These aren't specific buildings that they're referencing, but really building typology here. The image on the left really was suggestive and evocative of the type of building that they used to build ships in that area. And the image on the right evokes the warehouse and manufacturing rectilinear type buildings there. This was completed in 2012 and was of weathered iron. This image here is from 1976, actually, and it's an homage to Benjamin Franklin's residence, which was in Philadelphia. The Park Service did some archaeological investigation of this and determined the location of the site and retained Venturi Scott Brown architects, very, very prominent postmodern architects, to undertake this homage here. We can see how the metal, the steel tube columns form the shape of the building, the slope of the building in an abstract way. Even the architectural detailing of the fan light and the federal style detailing is obtained and transformed here utilizing this approach. And here is the Parkside Hotel, built in 1938, designed by B. Kingston Hall. It's a modest Art Deco building. It has a tripartite rhythm to the facade. The central bay is subtly emphasized by its elevation to the top, whereas that's juxtaposed with the horizontality of the eyebrows and the banded treatments around the windows. So our intent is to interpret the facade here and retain the scale, the proportions, and significantly, I think, the streetscape along Washington Avenue with this type of approach here, which you can see utilizes the ceramic blocks which were passed up there, which you can see they're open. They're like breeze blocks, which has a historic precedence here for mid-century tropical Maimo architecture. Just the, details of the products where we're talking about potentially utilizing different colors to interpret the openings, the detailing, the storefronts, and then, of course, to emphasize the interpretation of the storefront, fiber reinforced concrete be utilized for the reinterpretation of the eyebrows. And here we can see that interpretation, the proportions, the scale, the definition of the street. It references, but it's not a literal recreation of that facade. We can see how the different colors are utilized to incorporate those elements, how it reinforces the tripartite rhythm of the facade and the use of the eyebrows with the reinforced concrete. I think it's important to note that these are open. I think they're 55% open, so it allows the wind to go through there, the breezes, the natural light, which is consistent with this recreational use. On an image from the south, you can see the placement of the homage along the streetscape there to the left with a view of the school up to the north. And in rendering in 3D, we can see the treatment, how it interprets that facade, how it defines the streetscape, how the elements that are there reference, you can see the eyebrows, the coloration, the interpretation of those features of this modest deco building, but significantly, we keep the aspect related to the urban fabric and allow for the use of the playground and the ventilation to that space. Just see, we can see the reference of that product here. The breeze blocks is a significant component in Miami Beach architecture in South Florida, in MIMO. The building on the left, it's utilized in the central breezeway area. The upper facade of the Union Bank building there is a screened component with the breeze blocks, and it's utilized in the building on the right to provide reinforcement of a horizontal emphasis there, that building type with that railing system. So to conclude, in terms of the analysis of this, we feel it's an appropriate referential treatment. It's utilized successfully in other locations and here in Miami Beach. And I think it would help to provide that functional playground, but at the same time, reinforce the urban streetscape sense along Washington. And consequently, this homage feature would need to be placed within the front setback, and there'll be a variance required for that. So I'll turn it back to you, Michael.
Yep, thank you, Steve. Next slide. You can let Rob do it.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
So as we told you all before, we cannot undertake any type of demolition from the rear based upon the alley constraints and the OSHA power line regulations. Next slide. As you can see, our MOT plan, which is a plan that's approved by the Public Works Department, emphasizes heavily the front of our property because we can't have any heavy equipment come in from the alley or close the alley or do any well, there was no demolition to be done on this vacant lot, but we had to shift all of our construction up toward the eastern half of Washington Avenue, which is partially closed now, to allow our construction staging area to occur in the front of the property. Next slide. As you can see on the right-hand side, this is where a typical dump truck and excavator would be. It would absolutely close the alley, and the Public Works Department will never let the alley be closed, and it's a vital artery for people to have their parking in the rear and for the city's daily sanitation pickup. Next slide. As you can see, these are photos we took after the last hearing to show just how active the alley is with the parking adjacent to the alley itself and the trash rooms. Next slide. This is our correspondence with the Public Works Department. I wanted to exhaust every angle, and I asked them in different ways whether the alley, could we ever close the alley, and their answer back, whether it was my first question, my second question is no. The alley can never really be closed for a project like this, perhaps for some extreme infrastructure work. So, Madam Chair, can I have about 5 minutes or less?
That's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Public Works Department solidified my belief that no, they will not entertain closing of the alley. Next slide. This is two good photos that show the power poles on the right-hand side, and they're right up next to our property, which would inhibit the movement of the excavator. And on the left-hand side, it shows clearly the power lines are coming in such close proximity to our rear property line. Next slide. This is a summary of the OSHA regulation. Basically, it's the third bullet, limiting equipment approach based upon voltage. The voltage of those lines, the kilovolts, is about 50 kilovolts, meaning a 10-foot radius that has to extend in a circle from all of these power lines. Next slide. So what that looks like in plan is, if you can see on the right-hand side where it says 10 feet and that shaded area, that's where the excavator cannot operate because that's within the 10 feet of the lowest power line there. Next slide. This is another view of it, looking just from south to north. All those concentric circles are basically different radii emanating out from the power line, with the lowest one is one that's the most relevant because that's 10 feet from the lowest power line, which would inhibit the use of the excavator in that area of our property. Next slide. And again, this brings you back home what we're asking you all to consider today for our architectural expression and our homage to the existing building. Next slide. Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal.
Do we have any board disclosure?
Yes, I met with Paul Savage from Michael Larkin's office to review the project.
I previously met, I mean, I disclosed this last meeting, but I'll disclose it again. I met with Mr. Savage via Zoom. Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant?
Regarding using an excavator to demolish this building, have you considered using alternative equipment?
I think we couldn't use any heavy equipment. Excavator is the most common type of heavy equipment you'd use to engage in demolition, but it's just that the radius that extends downward from the lowest line would prohibit any type of equipment.
Your neighbor to the south is a government-owned building with a huge rear setback. I didn't realize that at our last hearing. Have you considered asking the city, hey, can you forego using these two spaces, parking spaces for whatever time is necessary? I go there and the parking lot is empty. It's the internal affair headquarters of the police.
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah. Haven't thought to ask them, but bear in mind, this is like a two-vehicle process where it would not only be the excavator,
I
but it's
understand.
also
There's
the dump truck.
Yeah,
You know, and either, it's only a 20-foot wide alley. You know, it's not a large alley.
Okay. Transformation, interpretation, homage to the structure which exists. We are the Historic Preservation Board. I think at the last hearing, we were very reasonable. Hey, take down the building, leave the facade, which has been there since 1938, the streetscape, that's an integral part of the streetscape. I'm bewildered why we would seek to demolish that portion of the structure.
Well, you did want to retain that facade, that's correct, but as I've tried to explain, we can't really engage in any demolition from the rear.
Come on,
So
Michael.
what we're
We had this
proposing
conversation
is
last
this
time.
architectural expression.
I've seen the Charles Hotel. It was demolished from the top down. They didn't need an excavator. What you're asking for is unreasonable.
I think it is reasonable to allow the school to have a recreational yard. I think that there are a range of historic buildings on the beach. I think that this one is pretty humble and it's in terrible condition. So I think when you have to engage in any type of balancing act, I think that it would be helpful to consider that schools are also integral part of communities and they really do give hearts to communities.
I'm all for schools, I'm all for playgrounds, that's irrelevant here. This is an important, this is a historic structure. You're asking us to pay homage to it or reinterpret it. I don't see that being a valid argument here. We are the Historic Preservation Board.
Well, I'm not asking you to shirk your duty of that. I'm asking you to just consider that what we're offering today for your consideration is worthy of your consideration. And it's not like it has never been done before. Like sometimes these are done. And these architectural expressions are done throughout the country as we tried to show you.
I hear you.
Do you have other questions for the applicant?
I have a quick procedural question. If we grant permission to do this, or what do we call it, like a tribute or something, whatever it is that become permanently deeded, like that has to be maintained in perpetuity and until another 100 years when an interpretation of that interpretation needs to be done?
I mean, it's going to run with the land requirement of the site. If anybody were to purchase the land or, transfer it, it's a requirement that the Historic Preservation Board approved this structure as a replacement for the demolished building. So any proposal to change that would require an amendment to that application or a return back to this board for review and approval. Yes, they couldn't just build this and then come back and demolish
Sell it
it.
and have somebody tomorrow.
They
Right,
have to come
because the
back.
board is recorded in the public record, so it functions like a covenant.
Okay.
And so I just want to clarify, because you said this at the outset, and it wasn't really addressed in the presentation, and for the benefit of our new board member, which I think he knows this, but, the variance that the demolition is the piece, the big piece, and then the variance would be next week, and then the architectural expression would be the replacement after that demolition.
Yes, you all could approve it all in one hearing. It's all, like, you have a certificate of appropriateness for design, for the architectural expression, a COA for demolition, for the existing structure.
Right.
And the variance is a third request, but it's all really grouped together in one motion.
Like, for example, if the board is comfortable next month or this month with the overall design, but not with the variance, then you could approve the application without the variance, which would require them to set the structure back 5 feet. Or if they were to grant approval today, it'd be without the variance, right? So those are the options, really.
But the variance has to be noticed, and so therefore
Right,
cannot
so-
be heard today,
So, yeah,
correct?
so the board cannot approve the variance today. They could have, we think the best option is to review, provide comments, and then hopefully they can gauge if they have 5 votes, because it requires 5 votes for demolition and 5 votes for the variance.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions?
I don't know if I should ask this question now or wait for next month, but can you go over why the need for the variance on the front setback?
Sure. So it's the RPS 3 zoning district. And often in this district, you have something unique called the maximum minimum setback, where even if you wanted to set the building further back than setback, you can't. It's not applicable here, but it's just a unique aspect of these performance standard district regulations that Andres Duany and Liz Plater-Zybert came up with in the mid-90s. This is a little bit different. It's the RPS 3, and it does give a front setback of 5 feet. So once the building is gone, then there's no vesting. The building's gone, and it's treated as a vacant lot, and any new construction would trigger a front setback variance, but we feel it's important to keep the street wall, because if you look at the building to the south where it is, and the school in a large part where it is to the north, you would keep a uniform street wall. So that's why I think it's important to seek the variance.
Understood.
But also, that's the current location of the building, right? It's on the front property line, so. The options discussed were keep the facade as, demolish the rest of the building, keep the facade. That was one option. It was also discussed that if they couldn't physically do that because they had to go through it to demolish the rest of the building, the idea was to remove it and put it back. The problem with that is losing the structure. It's going to be difficult to take that apart, put it back together. In the end, it's going to fall apart probably anyway. So we felt that if you're going to demolish the building entirely, rather than try to recreate the facade, put back something else that's more of an interpretation of the facade versus trying to put back something that's no longer a building and just going to be a facade, along the street front. This is going to be clear. This is obviously something that's not a part of a building and would make somebody wonder, what is this? And it is not unique to the city or as the country as was shown, but it is sort of something that has been done in the past. We do think it's appropriate if the board decides to demolish the building.
So can I ask another question? So did you explore the possibility of demolishing only partially the front elevation? So going back on what Michael was saying, that to demolish and rebuild, could you demolish, let's say, 20 feet or 15 feet, whatever clearance you need for your heavy equipment to go through? And then once all that, the heavy equipment is gone out of the site to rebuild the piece of the existing yellow facade or the existing portion of the building that you have demolished?
So let me understand. So you're suggesting demolish a portion of the front facade, correct?
Yeah, the minimum necessary for the construction.
To allow the heavy equipment to come through and remove the rest of the building through the front,
Mhm.
correct? We haven't explored that. Not sure what it would look like.
Because
but-
demolishing one part is better than demolishing the whole and having to rebuild the whole thing. So let's say if you need 10 feet or 15, I don't know exactly the clearance. So it'll be only that portion that you'll have to rebuild. And you have the portion that's existing to use as a guideline for whatever details you may miss or whatever. So it's less onus on on you guys and makes it easy, the reconstruction.
It would be a hybrid approach, for sure. You could, but any substantial retention of that front facade would require some bracing behind.
Of course, right.
So-
Any building that has been, any historic building that has been redeveloped in Miami Beach required that, right?
But it'll be permanent.
Then you have to consider, do you want to then, put back the windows to match? But it's not really a building, so it should be more of like a garden wall at that point with modification to those openings. So how do you modify that? Becomes sort of like, it's not going to be a new structure, but
Right,
how do you
can-
modify the existing facade to adapt to it no longer being a building, but just a facade? And also in terms of how it's going to wear in terms of weather.
Right, so I would say the architect of record can come up with options. I mean, we have seen different options of that in the past, like the house by Rene Gonzalez, he just kept the elevation and removed the windows, and it became more a decorative front wall. So there are different ways to reuse the existing structure, and I think it's up to your design team to figure out what would make more sense.
Michael, a couple of things. We spoke about this at length last time. We had a couple of suggestions to your structural engineer. And while I applaud your effort to come up with a new and creative, out-of-the-box thinking kind of an idea, the area that is permeable through that new concept that you're thinking is not much different than all the openings in the building if you were to leave them open and leave the facade intact. You're showing two wing walls on the north side and the south side. You can still maintain that. And you could deconstruct the building from the inside out and maintain that wall, that facade, by building a frame inside of it, the same depth that you have the wing wall on the south and the north side. Introduce a new foundation to support those moment-resisting columns that will support that wall, and that building will serve its purpose for many years to come. And we don't have to create this new and improved, if you will.
So we would have to do what Elizabeth is saying, though, and demolish a good part of the front facade to allow the
You don't have to
equipment in.
demolish any part of the front facade with what I'm suggesting. You demolish the rest of the building.
But we can't do it.
Maintain the facade and maintain the wing walls, if you will, on the south and the north side for lateral stability as well.
But we can't enter the building from the rear. We can't demolish
Why
from the
can't you
rear.
put in a small bobcat and start deconstructing the building from within, from the front entry?
From the front.
It's a
So,
two-story building.
so you're saying demolish from the front? But we'd have to,
Demolish the
Great.
interior, maintain the front facade. I mean, we don't have to go over this at this point. There's other ways to do it. And we could, and I discussed it with your engineer the last time. We took it further than what we're discussing now. There's no need to go over that again.
but are you,
There's a way to deconstruct that building without demolishing the facade and building a frame to support that facade.
but are you saying demolish, take heavy equipment in from the rear? Or are you saying use a bobcat to come in from the front door?
Demolish it from within, and from the inside out, and demolish the north, south, and east walls. Maintain the facade. Yes, there's a way to do it. It's been done before. Nothing new here. I'm not reinventing the wheel.
No, just curious, like, how would we get the equipment into the structure?
We can, I can sit down and discuss it with you later after this, but there's a way to do this. I mean, this is not rocket science.
Okay.
If we want to preserve the front facade of that building without destroying it, there's a way to do it. Technically, there's a way to do it. There's multiple ways to do it.
Okay, so the board is a little bit, has different voices. You know, Mitch is wanting to save in entirety, or just retain the front wall.
Correct.
Okay. Haskell is more inclined to your position. Elizabeth is more inclined to some demolition to let in the heavy equipment from the front.
Right, I think it needs to be, I mean, I was just offering another alternative. I think we need to explore all the alternatives and see which one is doable or more doable than the others.
Okay. Nick and Madam Chair, where are you all?
I wasn't here last month, but wanted to ask, I mean, when I've seen these facades supported, there's a whole steel armature behind it that would have to remain in place, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
it would.
And,
There's no steel behind it. You don't have to put steel behind the facade.
yeah, if you rip the rest of the building off, it's just gonna collapse. Yeah,
An exoskeleton.
yeah. Usually there's like
Suffice.
steel bracing. I don't know, I mean, I would hesitate, I love the design. I think the design's very cool. And I like it in the context of a school. I think it's like fairly interactive, kind of playful. I wonder a little bit about if, you know, once we do this, if we're gonna see copycat versions of this, if we were to do it, and everybody says, well, we want to do the Sunbreak version. Is it, I guess, you know, nothing is guaranteed. It's a case-by-case basis.
Every site is unique. The use here is different, unique, the school, the existing quality of construction of the current two-story building. So, yeah, every site is unique, you know, condition. It doesn't really set a precedent for future.
I just want to make one point clear. I wholeheartedly support the school and having a playing field for the school children. That's not the point here. The point here is whether we can preserve a historic structure. And my point is, yes, we can. And you don't have to have the steel bracing in the back to support that wall. You could have moment-resisting columns that are deep enough as the depth of the south wall and the north wall on a continuous footing to support that wall. We're only talking about, what, 18 feet, 20 feet, 20-foot tall wall?
20.
With 50% of it open, 70% of it open? There's no, very little lateral resistance to wind once those windows are open.
You have an engineer. Does he agree with that?
Yes, he'll be here next month. I'm just struggling with Haskell's suggestions. I know he's a super sharp engineer, and I always trust what he says, but I can't fathom, I don't know how you would engage in the demolition of the structure. That's what I'm perplexed. I usually have a good answer, but I don't have a good answer because I can't visualize it.
I'd be more than willing to sit down with you and draw up some sketches for you. But I think your engineer is quite competent and very knowledgeable in this kind of work and can accomplish it himself if he was directed to do so.
All right. Madam Chair, what's your thoughts?
So I agree with my colleagues' comments on, you know, should the demolition proceed in total. The idea of the breeze block. But I'm struggling a little bit with the demolition. I am not an engineer, so I can't say what can and can't be done. But I am concerned because I thought this was brought up last time, but maybe it was just between me and Michael after, not you, Michael, the other Michael, after the meeting. But what Mitch mentioned about the police facility next door, I mean, there is a very large parking lot back there, access. I mean, arguably, I guess they could say no because they don't want to allow it, but that seems to be an option, assuming there are no power lines running between there. And I'm disappointed that wasn't explored from last time till today. Because, I see the emails that you represent from the city asking about the alley closure, right? So clearly we're asking the city for use of facilities, et cetera. Can we do this? Can we do that? And if that wasn't explored, I think that's a mistake. I don't know what you could or couldn't bring in through the front. I rely on my colleagues up here who are more expert in those arenas. But those are my thoughts. I think and here's the other thing, the examples that you gave, besides the one that you did yourself, so I'm gonna set that one aside for a second. But the examples that you gave in Philadelphia, specifically, because I think it said that was a representation of Benjamin Franklin's house, and that they did excavation and found out that's where it was. So it was already gone by the time the architectural expression was built, it sounds like to me. I'm getting some head nods from the audience. I'll just represent, there's a head nod back there.
Correct.
Yeah. So, my point is that the structure itself was already gone. So today, sitting before us, you're saying, I want to demolish this building. And I don't think anybody here is against the idea of the playground, the park, the field, for the students of this school. I think it's striking a balance. And I don't love, I know you're coming back next month for the variance regardless. So I would have loved to have already seen the exhaustion of this as far as, because I will take your word for it and the representation of your professionals that there is no way to access this from the back with heavy equipment. I think the question here is, and I'm not suggesting you take people in there to take it down by hand, but I think the question is there a less impactful way or a smaller implementation that could be used to demolish? Because I don't know that you're going to get past the demolition of that front facade unless and until you can show that.
I think the only thing I can think of, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, you want to continue?
Go ahead,
I wasn't aware of this board's desire for us to explore using the police property to the south until today.
Fine, I thought it was
I
brought
didn't
up at
know
last
that.
meeting, but I think it was wait a second, why hasn't, I thought Mitch mentioned it in the meeting, but.
I'm sorry. I usually listen to everything you say. I hang on your every word, but for some reason.
Thank you, Michael.
You didn't take copious notes?
Did not.
Okay.
All right, but we'll explore that. I think there could be a question of liability the city would not want to touch, and it's easier to say no than yes, but we can explore that.
I'm sure your client will indemnify the city for this matter.
But what I'm probably intrigued by most what Elizabeth has said as a solution is to demolish a part of the front facade to let the equipment easily traverse in and out, and then I think probably reconstruct that facade to match the remaining facade. And then what Haskell is saying also, maybe there's an easier way to support this structure at the end, rather than have an exoskeleton above ground. So I'm listening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time, and we'll be back next month,
Do we
hopefully.
need to move to continue?
Yeah, I would ask the board to continue it to the May meeting.
So do we have a motion to continue this portion till
Or,
the next
sorry,
May meeting?
we didn't take public comment, I forgot,
Oh,
yes, for all that.
Yes, we will take public comment. My apologies, I did not mean to overlook you. That's quite all right.
Good afternoon. My name is Meg Lusto. I'm the Executive Director of the Miami Design Preservation League. And we strongly oppose the proposed demolition of the former Parkside Hotel, a contributing structure within the Ocean Beach Historic District. Constructed in 1938, the building exemplifies the modest, human-scale architecture that defines the historic character of Washington Avenue in the broader district. The significance of the Ocean Beach Historic District lies not only in its landmark buildings, but in the collective fabric created by these smaller structures. the Parkside Hotel, with its intact scale, massing, and restrained Art Deco detailing, remains an essential part of that fabric and continues to contribute meaningfully to the pedestrian experience and historic identity of the area. Allowing its demolition would set a dangerous precedent, eroding the integrity of the district and undermining the purpose of its designation. While the applicants have now proposed a glazed ceramic block facade as an homage to the original building, such a plan is fundamentally at odds with the concept of authenticity and physical history that are foundational to historic preservation. The original building would still be lost, which would be a profound loss and a tragic outcome that should not be permitted. For these reasons, we urge the board to deny the demolition request and require preservation and adaptive reuse of the existing structure. And I would just add that I would encourage you to consider the precedent that approval would set, the message that would send to property owners and developers, especially considering the path that this project has taken to get to this point. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Roger Gobert, Miami Beach, just talking as a simple guy who walks around town and sees less and less beautiful historic buildings. I've lived in Boston, I've lived in Philadelphia. I know people really respect the buildings. And being here, I know it's been a struggle to keep a lot of these buildings. I see the younger generation has pretty much no interest because they don't have much to encouragement, really. But I'm kind of getting tired of hearing the word homage. While this modern recreation is attractive, it's not going to say, oh, I remember that old hotel that was here in 1938, I think. So I was really pleased when I left the last Historic Preservation Board meeting last month because it was the first time, and I've been coming a long time, that I really thought this board was doing exactly what they're supposed to do. And, keep, when possible, preserve historic preservation. And I see the same thing today now, too. At first, I was a little not sure. And, I'm proud to be a Miami Beach resident, and I'm proud that we have an historic preservation board that looks out for us. Thank you.
We also have some callers
Additional
online.
public comment? Okay.
Hi, my name is Chris Purrier, and I'm a 10-year South of Fifth resident. I live a couple blocks from this site. I'm in favor of the demolition. I'm in favor of the school. I'm pro-school. I'm pro-education. And the neighborhood, as it is right now, is a whole bunch of different types of architecture. So I don't think I think we will do more good in this world by letting the school demolish the old hotel. It's certainly doing no good right now. And thinking about the kids and thinking about the future and thinking about all the good things that can come out of helping this school. So that's it. That's all I got. My kids go to South Point, so I don't have any affiliation. Thank you. So I'm in favor of the demolition. Thanks.
We have some callers online. The first is Lady Wolfeld.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Yes, hi, my name is Lady Wolfield, and I'm a resident of 300 South Point Drive. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by saying I truly respect the role you play in preserving the unique architectural identity of our city. At the same time, I ask you to also consider something equally important, the well-being of the children in our community. Base Camp 305 plays a vital role in the South of Fifth area, as it is the only middle school serving this community, allowing families to remain in Miami Beach rather than leaving for their children's education. However, the school has a major limitation. Our children has no proper outdoor space for physical activity. They don't have a place to run, play sports, or participate in structured physical education. And we all know that movement is essential for their health, focus, and development. The proposal before you is not about overdevelopment or erasing history. It's about thoughtfully adapting an underutilized structure to meet a real community need. The proposed ceramic facade respects Miami Beach character while offering a modern and appropriate design solution. Most importantly, it creates something our children currently lack: a safe, dedicated outdoor space to play, grow, and thrive. This is more than a design decision. It's about quality of life, education, and investing in the future of our city. We are not asking you to choose between preservation and progress. We are asking for a balance. As a parent, I simply ask you to picture our children, your community's children, having a safe place to run, to play, and to just be kids. That's all we are asking for. I respectfully urge you to support this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next caller, Bob Wolfeld.
Bob, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. My name is Bob Wolfeld. I live at Portofino Tower, 300 South Point Drive. I've been a resident of South of Fifth for 25 years. My daughter is currently a student at Base Camp and is going into the 6th grade middle school in the fall, and I would hope that she has a recreational space to use there in the fall. I see this as a member of the public and a member of the school community. I have some concerns. There was a statement made that, if I understood it and heard it correctly, that schools and playgrounds are irrelevant. I think this is a balance here between green space versus concrete. South of Fifth Street is densely developed. Replacing a dilapidated, non-functional building with a managed recreational area for the sole option of a middle school south of Fifth is to me a no-brainer decision. I understand there's issues as far as the demolition, and it looks like it's going to be researched further, but this is not, as far as alternatives to coming in through the front and the facade, damaging the facade. This is not the Mandarin Oriental. This can't be imploded. If there is a way, well, then fine. I think it should be explored. But I think the point here is that this school will be open in the fall for 6th grade, and I think that the benefits of having a middle school that needs a recreational yard to be accredited is much more important than preserving something that for years I've walked.
Mr. Wolfeld, your
Yes.
time has expired.
Our next caller is the name Mbet Fries.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Fries. Thank you so much for everyone's commentary. I was present or over the Zoom call at the last meeting, and I found today's presentation to be helpful in light of, putting together a more modern touch to the neighborhood, but still respecting the history of that building. So I'm in favor. I appreciate the Preservation Board's commentary, but I think that the new proposal is very refreshing and will bring a lot of light to that neighborhood rather than just an old facade. Thank you.
Last caller, Matthew Pender.
Matthew, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I want to echo something that Chris had said, Chris Puryear. I live in South Fifth as well. We have quite a variety of architecture. I can really appreciate what everyone on the board here is doing in trying to, fulfill their duties in preserving a historical structure. I would just encourage you, though, to look at that facade in context of the school that's next to it, and to look at the design in the spirit of the school that it's married to. To me, and again, just my opinion, knocking down the building and keeping the facade, the current facade, is as genuine as something I would see at Universal Studios. It's just it ends up just being a wall, and it's going to be something that is probably going to clash with the architecture of the school next to it. I do think that, you know, there was some pushback on the word homage, but having something that marries to the structure that is being built there while still showing respect to the building that has been there for decades, I think is reasonable and it's appropriate within this neighborhood. So, thank you.
And that concludes the callers.
So I believe, do you have a question?
Just a quick procedural question, because I'm new. They could apply for a demo permit, and we would just need to give a certificate of appropriateness to whatever they rebuild in its place, right?
No, the board has to approve the demolition. The board could deny the demolition.
Okay.
The board today could approve what you have suggested, approve the demolition and retaining the front wall. The board could approve that today if they wanted to.
Yeah, and that's what why I was trying to offer for benefit, because since you weren't here, I mean, the demolition is a big piece of this. The question is, what, if demolition is permitted, what, if anything, remains or is reconstructed? So, again, several steps of, and if it is a reconstruction, then a necessary variance. So those are the three things.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not demolition is allowed, to what extent, if so, and if some sort of reconstruction, then the variance, right? Those are the three things.
Wait, but aren't I correct? They could apply for a demo permit and propose something to be built in its place. So long as we give it a certificate of appropriateness, they could then demo the project, right?
Yes, but you don't have to. Like,
Right,
yeah,
you don't
yeah,
have
yeah,
to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we don't, typically, the board does not approve a demolition without having a replacement, design replacement
Right.
structure, something. It could be, initially the application was to demolish it completely and have a play field. So that also meets the requirements of having, not just for speculation, but actual reconstruction for the site. If the applicant would like to receive approval today to demolish the structure and keep the front wall, the board could approve that, or maybe the board applicant wants to continue pursuing the option of demolition by accessing from the side property and come back with the board for a more definitive answer to that next month, and still explore the new construction being proposed in variance. What do you think, Michael?
I could reach out to Chief Jones and Property Management and get their vote, because it'll require their both approvals, and see. I don't think it's likely, but I will do it. I think, though, Elizabeth, as I'm working through in my mind Elizabeth's suggestion about retention of, let's say, like 60%, I just don't know if demolition of 40% to let the equipment through would destabilize the remaining part of that wall. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm going to stay in my lane, but it gives me my concern. Would the board be open to a more, like a 100% reconstruction, where it's more stucco? It's not what we've proposed is more modern, but we can just, I know that Michael's not a fan of it, but we're between a rock and a hard place where I don't know if we could retain a portion. I have yet to talk to Haskell about his ideas, but it seems like if we could just reconstruct a more stucco looking wall.
If you're coming back, maybe you present that as an option and give us the options that exist.
Okay.
So would the board like to engage in further discussion, or do we have some sort of motion? Because I think that's where we were going, and then, because I was skipping public comment mistakenly, my apologies.
So I just want to ask my fellow board members, everybody's okay with the demolition of the building, or portions of the demolition of the building, or portions of the building to be demolished to allow for the school needs? The issue is just how much you want to preserve and how to preserve it. Is that where we stand now?
For me, yes.
Okay. No, because I think some members of the public had the feeling that we're against the demolition, and therefore we may be judged as against school, against children, and I don't think that's the case. I think we're all in favor of having the school proceed. It's just a matter of finding the best compromise here so we can have preserved the building and allow for the school.
So, I mean, I think that I would raise here, and this is not necessarily my position, but I don't think somebody who was opposed to demolition at all necessarily is against school. I mean, so I want to make that very clear. You know, I don't know the opinions of everyone on this board, but even if someone was of that opinion as far as opposing demolition, I don't think that means you're anti-school. I think it just means that, you know, you have, you know, certain beliefs that you hold. So I don't know. I feel like that's worthy of clarification.
No, I appreciate that.
So motion to continue to the June meeting or the
Think
May
May.
meeting? May.
May.
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second to continue to the May?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0, continue till the May 12th meeting.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
It's coming back. Yeah, of course.
And the next application on the agenda is
You and I are on the right.
298, I'm sorry, 100 Lincoln Road, Decoupage, HPB 25-0679. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition of the existing porte cochere and associated site and ground floor construction, and for the renovation of the porte cochere together with associated site and ground floor improvements, including variances from the maximum encroachment into the right-of-way, the maximum frontage allowed along a primary elevation, and the maximum height permitted for a porte cochere. Now, the applicant's proposing to retain the structure of the porte cochere, redesign it, and because of that, and the changes of the geometry, they are requesting some variances to essentially keep us there right now. As part of this, they're also modifying the ground floor storefront. We're supportive of the application. We did have a concern regarding there's currently no pedestrian, dedicated, segregated pedestrian access from the sidewalk through the porte cochere into the building. So as a condition of approval, we're asking that the board include this condition to require that the staff review and approve a segregated pedestrian path from the sidewalk into the building. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Markovich for the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate the introduction. Chair, Vice Chair, Historic Preservation Board. My name is Carlos Markovich. I'm with the law offices of Burke, Alverdale, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of the Decoupage Condominium Association. Today with me is the design team, Kobe Karp of Kobe Karp Architecture and Interior Design, as well as Jose Gomez of Benson Gomez and Architects. The property, can I get the slide up on the screen too? Thank you. The property, as you know, sits at the eastern end of Lincoln Road, anchoring the south side of one of the city's primary gateways to the beach. The name Decoupage itself blends Art Deco with the French suffix plage, meaning beach, putting the property squarely within the context of the mid-century Miami Beach design era. Here we go. Designed by Melvin Grossman, the 620-unit condo was built in 1965 during Florida's first condo boom. Just 5 years after Morris Lapidus transformed Lincoln Road into the pedestrian mall we know today. The proposed porte cochere that we're bringing today is a remodel that carries that legacy forward with a streamlined contemporary design that represents and reflects the clean horizontal lines and resort modernism that both Lapidus and Grossman mastered. The project is, this is the property seen here. The porte cochere is on the north side. This project is independent from, but architecturally aligned with and contextually inspired by the proposed improvements on the 100 block of Lincoln Road, seen here for reference only. The property is a non-contributing structure within the Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue Historic District and is zoned RM3 residential multifamily high intensity. Here you see an aerial providing a little bit more context. You see Collins Avenue to the west, Lincoln Road to the north, the beach walk and the beach access point at the northeast of the property, and the beach walk to the east running north to south. As mentioned before, the property is a non-contributing structure within the Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue Historic District. We are here today to respectfully request a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing porte cochere and the associated site and ground floor improvements. 3 related variances are being requested. One from the maximum encroachment into the right-of-way for porte cocheres, one for the maximum frontage allowed for along a perimeter facade for a porte cochere, and one for the maximum height permitted for a porte cochere. I'll mention now, these are all from the same section of the code. The porte cochere sections are within the allowable encroachments section of the resiliency code. That's where it's regulated. With that being said, I'll now hand it off to Kobe, who is going to walk us through the existing conditions surrounding neighborhood and the proposed redesign of the porte cochere.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kobe Karp. I'm here with Jose Gomez, who we've had the pleasure of working together since Les Bellinson days. And next image, please. But basically what we are looking to do is push. There we go. Is that good? Is to show the existing condition of the site location. Basically, we've had to remove the decorative elements that were on there because they were life safety and they were falling off, so we removed them. But in essence, what we are doing is we're taking the inspiration of the designs and the curves in the community, in the neighborhood, as well as on our property, to create a porte cochere drop-off area, which we have been working together with the board members of the Decoplage for the past year now, right? So it's been a while. But that is really what we're looking to do. We're looking to create a front yard that complements the front drop-off as well for the Ritz that was previously approved, as well as the termination of Lincoln Road with the plaza and the green space. And that has been the direction that we are looking to create here with the residential building immediately on the south side of Lincoln. The materials and the finishes for this association, which sees this as a step up from where the Decoplage has been, is really an inspiration to us. And obviously, we are looking to also improve the drop-off and the accessibility. We have staff comments, and I think that we are in agreement, yes, sir, with the staff comments. And so with that, Jose, did I miss anything? Thank you. I'll be here for any questions and or suggestions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kobe. Here, this slide's a little bit out of position, but you can see here the 2 of the proposed variances that we're requesting. One is on the top of the screen, you'll see the proposed encroachment into the right-of-way. The existing porte cochere, which is highlighted in a white that you can't really see on this screen well, but should be in your packages, is already encroaching into the right-of-way. This is a proposal to extend that a little further. This will allow the parabolic and horizontal curve that you see on the proposed porte cochere. So that is the first variance. The second variance is from the code's requirement that the porte cochere not exceed 30% of the building's primary frontage. Here, the porte cochere is proposing a 41.2% frontage width. That is primarily seen, but it's not only the car drop area, which is what you're used to seeing with a porte cochere. Here, the porte cochere extends to the east and the west as it narrows and gets closer to the primary facade. And then here on this next screen, you can see a little bit more about the extension to the sidewalk, the property line being the thick black line outside the gray shaded area, with the red line showing where the setback is required, and our 4 inches on the left of the screen there show where we're encroaching all the way till. Then also we're requesting a variance for the extension of the non-conforming height. The existing porte cochere is already at 22 feet and 6 inches. We're proposing to keep that exact height. We're not going any higher, any lower. We're just proposing to extend it horizontally. And with that being said, I do want to note that staff has given a favorable recommendation. We agree with the spirit of their conditions and have no objections. And do want to highlight that approving this application will bring some meaningful change to the eastern block of Lincoln Road that would not only allow the property to evolve with the continuing evolution of this block of Lincoln Road, but provide a new face and a new life to the decoupage. So thank you for your time. I yield.
Yeah. Do we have any board disclosure?
No.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Excuse me.
Is there a max projection over the sidewalk that is allowed?
Well, the code says you can go within 18 inches of the curb. So they're supposed to go 4 inches beyond that requirement, which will then still require Public Works review and approval. So anything beyond the property line requires a revocable permit. They're just going further than what the code, otherwise would allow.
I think the design looks beautiful and totally changes the building, but why is that extra 22 inches
Sure.
important?
So the way the code reads, and Michael and I have talked about this, and from my reading of the code, this section of the code seems to be very antiquated. It comes from probably the 80s or 90s, honestly. But the way it reads, it says that the portico share needs to be set back from the sidewalk. So it's starting to govern something which the Residency Code usually doesn't govern, which is the right-of-way. So here it says that it needs to be set back 18 inches from the sidewalk. The sidewalk in this case is a couple feet away from the property line, and we're proposing to encroach a little further. The project has been designed with the pedestrians in mind. No water will be rolling over onto them in the case of a rain or anything like that. We think the design kind of accentuates the prominent location of this building, so.
I think as well too, because there's working with the existing structure and changing the curve, so, without demolishing that structure, it does require some extension on both the east, west, and the north side to fit in the curve without demolishing the structure.
I like the curve, yeah. And, generally, you could do it as of right if you didn't do that, but you came here and I think it looks great, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Generally in favor.
Credit to the architects.
Go ahead, Mitch.
Sure. I like your design. I would have also liked to have seen what the structure originally looked like back in the mid-'80s. I believe it was Crescent Heights who did the quick renovation of the structure. And I remember the portico share. That was just structure, bare,
Yeah, we have photos on our slide, if we can bring it up, that show the existing condition. We're happy to kind of go back to it. But it's, unless,
No, I think that's
we
what
have it
was
right.
introduced. No, I think that's what was introduced in the mid-'80s. You don't have anything earlier?
That was it. That's the structural shape that you have over there.
Structural shape.
I see.
I'm wondering how it appeared. No photo documentation of something, let's say, from 1965?
No, that's actually the reconstruction, what you're seeing there in the cover. What you're seeing there is before, this is what we had since the reconstruction was done for the condominium.
Yeah, that
So
was
that's
in
what
the
you're seeing
mid-'80s.
there. So now
I saw that being,
So there
this
was-
being constructed.
It was always that shape, it was always followed. So what we're doing here is just
Okay.
trying to soften that,
Yeah.
that 45
Again,
degree angle.
although not a contributing structure, I would have appreciated seeing an old photo or even plans.
This is the oldest photograph that I have from that.
Yeah, no, respectfully, you'd be surprising me if there was an understanding that there's something different before. This is what I had understood coming into the meeting that was there originally, so.
You're still maintaining your columns, your support columns within the
Absolutely.
property line, correct? We're keeping the same structure. All we're doing is we're softening the shape of the structure. But the structure itself is still the same.
Yeah, and this is the existing condition of the site. It is unfortunate, but when they went to go do some repairs, they realized there were some issues with the property and some damage. I believe there was mold issues and some other stuff.
How are those steel members?
So these are the existing prior members.
Those are likely original.
Those are like, yeah, those are
What
almost
does it
certainly
look
original,
like
from my understanding.
Is my question.
Talking about the bar joists?
Yeah, the bar joists.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant? If not, we'll go to public comment. And on Zoom?
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Anybody in chambers?
I'd make a motion to approve this application.
Okay. Do we have any further commentary before we go to? Okay, we have a motion to approve?
Let's do two motions, one on the C of A, and then a second motion on the three variances.
Okay, so,
I'll make the motion on the certificate of appropriateness.
okay, do we have a second?
I'll say.
Motion and a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5.
And I'll make a motion on the 2 variances.
Three.
Three variances, I apologize.
Second? Do we have a second on the motion? Mr. Meyer? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, the variance is approved, 5-0.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We're almost done. We have, So the next to the last, actually the last application on the agenda before the discussion item is HPB 25-0682 for 298 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition of the existing 2-story commercial building and the substantial reconstruction of the original street facade. The board may know this site well as like a building was covered in this metallic reflective structure, probably in the 80s or 90s. And this application is proposing to bring it back more to what it was originally. Interestingly, this was the original side entrance of the Carib Theater, which was in the central portion. That area has already been modified where you have Five Below and Ross. So that central feature has already been modified. Right now, the most intact portion of this building is what remains along the eastern elevation, eastern part of the building. This side is already different. They're proposing to bring this largely back to what it was originally, but some slight modifications with the materials. We are recommending some modification to the color and finishes. They're proposing relatively dark finishes. We're recommending a more anodized aluminum or light finish to the metal. We're also recommending a low knee wall of approximately 10 inches, which is more typical of what you would see with storefronts along this portion of Lincoln Road. And it has been in the past where even for brand-new buildings, new construction, interviewing storefronts, the board has required some sort of a knee wall to go in place for new construction in the historic district. So we are recommending approval, conditioned upon addition of the materials to be more reflective of a lighter finish and the inclusion of a knee wall. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Penn for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here with an incredibly short presentation, we hope, on a non-contributing structure. It's very exciting to have it. What Mr. Royero has handed out is the renderings of what are proposed changes to the facade to bring it in line with staff's conditions. So that includes the knee wall, the change to the mullion color, the change to the glass, as well as that palette for the facade, for the metal grille. So what we're going to do at the end of this is ask the board to support that implementation of staff's condition, because we think we'd like to get your wisdom now, and then we can move forward with that design. So to go back to the beginning, I'm here representing AFBSP Lincoln Funding LLC, is the property owner. From ownership, we've got Lazaro Mirabal with us today. We've got Jose Gomez making a second appearance. And from my office, we have Mr. Mark Briero, Zach Benaloon, and is Mr. Larkin still here, and as well as Mr. Larkin. So as Michael explained, these are facade modifications to what is a non-contributing structure. And as you all know from looking at it, and we'll show it to you again. If we could put the slides up, guys, I'll get through this quickly. This is, we have a 1980, I looked up at the building card, facade renovation that removed the 2-story appearance of the property with a replacement of that, with that giant metal facade element. This project reintroduces the 2-story appearance and activates that second story. So we will have active activity on both stories, so it is bringing it more in line with its historic layout and improving the kind of its interaction with the street instead of that giant dead top. Okay, so where we are in what we call the 200 to 300 block, Lincoln Road on the south side, just east of the pedestrian mall's termination at Washington. We are tucked, as Michael explained, to the immediate west of what was a Caraba Theater, or Kareem, I never pronounced that correctly. As you can see, our totally 80s facade renovation on the bottom right there, which was, again, was what bringing it in line with what at the time was, I guess, cool. This, Mitch, you'll be excited about this. This is what it originally looked like. So this is from 1950 or thereabouts, because given when Cyrano de Bergerac came out, that's what 1950. So that's the benefit of being next to a movie theater. It gives you a place in time. So you can see, again, the original layout. You have the two-story orientation with the storefront, and then the kind of the office space on top. This is a little bit close-up of the 1980s renovation, and you can see, of course, the Ross building to our west, to our east. This kind of two-story commercial format is very common in this area. The 222 Lincoln building, which is our twin essentially to the east on the other side of Ross, has it, and then, of course, you can see the Rainbow building down the block on the other side of the street has that similar kind of storefront with windows on the second floor. So with that, let me ask Jose to come up, take you through the plan, and we'll be here to answer any questions as we go forward.
Jose Gomez, Bales and Gomez Architects. So this is a very simple project we have here. The existing building, as you can see, is a shell right now. It's an empty shell for future retail. What we're working to do is upgrade the facade. Let me just take you through. You can see here the comparison of the previous plan and the proposed plan. Basically is our work is to clean up the shell and the proposed elevation. So this is what we brought last time, or what we presented last time to Michael. It was a little darker. Now we're proposing a much lighter color tone palette in the facade.
So, yeah, just to be clear about it, on the left-hand side is what was in the original submittal. The right-hand side is one implementation of the conditions, but the final implementation of the conditions is what you have in your handout, because we got the final color the other day, and we couldn't upload it in time. So the only difference between what's on the right-hand side of that slide and what's in your handout is the color of the metal element.
Exactly. So here you can see that we implemented the knee wall as a 10-inch knee wall, and the color was actually redone. What we're doing is paying attention to the original building, and the facade does not have anymore the corrugation, so we're doing the corrugation with perforated metal and metal blades. So these are just that the ground floor is all just the glass storefront is going to be a butt glaze system. So just a very clean ground floor. These are just different images of it. I'm showing you, I just want to run you through, it's been a long day. These are just demolition drawings, how we're cleaning up the shell. This is the existing facade and what's behind, which is basically everything has been torn down. This is a section through the building. The area that we are opening, you can see about 42 inches above the floor. We're going to have the windows replicating the old windows. This is a new floor plan inside. We're going to be working on the stairs, a couple of bathrooms, and putting an elevator. This is the 2D elevation for it, section. And this is the color palette which we were thinking about, and now you have the new color palette in your hands. And that's it. Very simple.
So again, yeah, of course, we'd like to reserve time for rebuttal, but we would ask for your approval today with staff's conditions, with the direction to staff in support of the color palette as handed out today. And again, our entire team is available, so just let us know.
Go ahead.
Quick question. Why is the knee wall required? I mean, I think it looks great, but why is it?
It's not required, it's, we're putting it, we're recommending it be put back because it was an original condition.
Ah.
And it's typically the case where, you look down at the historic storefronts in Lincoln Road, they all had knee walls.
Okay.
Of ranging in heights.
Got it.
And of course, some are very excessive, we don't want to have like a 3-foot tall knee wall, or 4-foot tall knee wall. So 10 inches allows the visibility through and just, pays homage to the original storefronts and knee walls.
Mitch?
Yeah, a few points. The audio cameras, electronic sign, I would swear I've seen the same facade in New York.
Yeah, me
Typical
too.
1980 signage or cladding. I'm looking at the picture of the Carib Theater, and you could see the original facade. Does that still exist behind that acrylic or whatever it is?
No, Mitch. We have looked in there and it's, everything
Okay.
has been removed and it's in terrible condition, what's back there. There's a beam, which is what's going to carry a new facade.
Gotcha. So you described it, I refer to it as fluting, it looks like fluting concrete. You referred to it as corrugated metal.
Well, it's a fluting, the original was a fluted stucco finish.
Okay.
And what we're proposing is a corrugated metal, which is the same, you can call it fluted because it's the same design.
Yeah.
It's just a more
It's
contemporary
just rolled
material
on,
with,
huh?
well, sort of, not as easy.
Why wouldn't you use stucco?
We just think it's a newer material, something that
Okay.
it resembles
And
the original.
is it going to be anodized color or?
It would be anodized.
Okay. That's it. Good to see you,
Straightforward.
Jose.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Just a clarification, so you changed the color, but still is the perforated one, correct?
Correct.
Haskell, any questions?
Make a motion to approve?
First, any public comment?
Good afternoon, Meg Lusto, MDPL. We are in full support of this. It will erase a very prototypical 1980s facade and really return something that is elegant and adds to the ambiance of Lincoln Road. And we applaud the designers for this. Thank you.
Do we have any further public comment on Zoom?
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Before you close the public hearing, are there any disclosures on this?
I received an email from Graham, but did not respond. It's not personal.
I didn't take it personally.
Make a motion to approve as submitted with conditions from staff?
I'll second that motion.
I apologize. Can we get clarity that you're supportive of the colors
Yeah.
as proposed? Okay,
We'll include the exhibit you submitted today.
great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
It's good to see everyone. Thank you so much.
And before we end, we have a discussion item on the Raleigh Hotel, just an update, something that may be coming to you in the near future regarding additional demolition and just the status of the building.
I'm sorry, Michael, I didn't hear you.
This is a discussion item on the Raleigh Hotel.
Okay.
It's because there's an urgent need to let you know regarding some structural deficiencies in the building and foundation. And they're going to be making an application to the board in the future for some modifications that may require after-the-fact approval, depending on the status of the.
You're talking
structure.
about the existing facades of the structures that are being held up?
The Raleigh, for the Raleigh.
I hear it. Okay, I didn't realize.
No, that's right.
Gotcha.
Good.
Good afternoon. See, the best for last. I almost was the first. Good morning. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, Officer 333, Southeast 2nd Avenue with Greenberg Torrey. I'm here today with the new owners of the Raleigh project, which include the Raleigh Hotel, Nala Capital. What I'd like to do, just really quick, is I want to introduce Genghis Hadid, who is the CEO of Nala Capital, and just so you could, They closed on it at the end of October of 2025, so they've just taken over and they've been diligently working on protecting the Raleigh structure. So it was one of the first things they did since they had very limited due diligence prior to closing. So I'll give you an update on what's going on the site, but I wanted my client to at least come up and introduce himself, and that way you know who the developer and projects he's done. And with that.
Thanks, Alfredo.
Could we get on the screen the PowerPoint? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Cengiz Hadi. Yes, absolutely, I'm going there. It is a privilege to be here before you as the new steward of the Raleigh Hotel. It is one of Miami Beach's most iconic and culturally significant properties. At Nala Capital, we view the Raleigh not simply as just a real estate asset. It is a landmark of extraordinary architectural, cultural, and civic importance. Our goal, first and foremost, is to honor and preserve the legacy that has made the Raleigh an enduring symbol of Miami Beach and one of the defining expressions of its historic character. We approach this responsibility with deep respect for the building's heritage, its Art Deco identity, and its place in the history of this city. Our vision is rooted in thoughtful restoration, sensitive reinvestment, preserving the spirit, elegance, and architectural significance of the property while ensuring that it can thrive for generations to come. Our intention is to restore this historic campus to its rightful place as one of the great destinations of Miami Beach, a place that celebrates its past while carefully introducing a future of exceptional hospitality, residences, wellness, and cultural programming. Every aspect of our work has been guided by a simple principle: preservation through stewardship. We believe the most successful historic properties are those that remain vibrant, relevant, and economically sustainable while staying true to the integrity of what made them special in the first place. We're committed to working collaboratively with the board, with preservation professionals, and with the community to ensure that this vision honors the Raleigh's legacy and contributes meaningfully to the continued vitality of Miami Beach. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce my firm because this is a very important project for all of us in the room and those in the community. I started Nala Capital 12 years ago with a focus on properties in iconic and supply tight locations. We have built and invested in major markets, including Miami Beach. We've invested in Beverly Hills, New York City, where we're based, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Austin. Our projects are complex. Our projects require a significant amount of overview from the communities that we're in, their assemblages, their entitlements. There's a significant amount of engagement with preservation boards, and that respect for the preservation community goes deep into our culture. All of our projects are mixed use. Some of them are on the board. This is, we only put together a one-page example. Our most recent completion is the Rosewood Residences in Beverly Hills. That's the first standalone Rosewood residence in the world without a hotel component. That's a 10-year project because it took an assemblage and working with the community and with the Preservation Board of Beverly Hills. We did the Austin proper hotel and residences. We frequent the Shelbourne proper here in Miami. That was a mixed-use project as well. A lot of entitlement and land use elements to it. We've invested in Philadelphia, we've invested in Chicago. Our most recent under construction project is 1122 Madison Avenue, led by Studio Sofield on the design. It is a very classic Upper East Side location. It is a landmark district. There's a lot of consideration to the community and to what we're doing. The Metropolitan Museum is a block away. A lot of local involvement in what buildings on the Upper East Side should look and feel like. A boutique project that we did in New York, 152 Elizabeth Street, designed by Tadao Ando, Michael Gabellini on the interiors. Again, a high focus on contextual design and embracing our neighborhoods. This is just a brief introduction. I thank you for the opportunity to introduce our firm, and we look forward to working with you and the community on this great project. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I wanted to go over what's been going on at the Raleigh, because I know that's the center of everyone's mind in question. So as I said, my client closed on the property at the end of October. Since then, they've been able to have full access to the property and started their initial due diligence and clearly observed that the Raleigh historic structure, primarily, was in real dire need of getting attention and particularly shoring, bracing, and attention. And okay, so I wanted to let you know that as of January, they got the permits. They had to get the engineers in place. They started work in January. By February, they were completed. 100% of all the exterior bracing and screening was done. From that, we started working on the interior shoring to protect the building so that there is no concern. I know that I talked to some of you and commissioners and a lot of the public always asking what's going on with the Raleigh. So you'll see from some of the images, this is the exterior. You'll see now with the interior, 100% of the shoring has been completed on the eastern portion. We were able to run through the foundations and they had a basement level, so it's completely protected from the interior. 80% of the entire shoring is done. The portion that you'll see on the screen is the western portion, the first and a half floors. From floor 2 above, it's been shored up, but we haven't been able to get to the ground because there is no basement, and we're working both with the building department and the planning department on being able to selectively create some demolition of the terrazzo so we could run the foundation to stabilize the building. And the urgency, and that's what Michael alluded to, that there will be some components that will come after the fact. It's tied to the terrazzo of the Raleigh Hotel primarily, and we've worked with planning to make sure all the sampling is done. Iconic images like that martini glass, those things have been cut out, so we could have this building. The intent is for the building to be 100% shored and protected by the end of this month, way before the hurricane season. That was a concern that was echoed by the city and everyone and also the ownership. The new ownership wanted to make sure that as they're preparing to move forward on their project, which they already started, we wouldn't have any setbacks with an issue with the historic structure. So, and when I talk about the Raleigh, I also include the pool. The pool is in perfect condition. It's protected. So you'll see that, actually, even I have some images here. One thing we did start doing, the new owner started doing, is the demolition. This is where Debbie Tackett, who had originally been at HPB, was very excited, of the penthouse addition. One of the things the former owners agreed to, after many different ownerships had not agreed, was to scale back the 1996 addition, penthouse addition to the Raleigh. So the permitted plans that my client has acquired has the scaling back and removal. Since we were shore up the eastern portion, they actually started doing that demolition and removing those portions of the 90s addition. And now that when at the end of the month 100% shoring is done, they could start working. There's active building permits that will allow them to start doing continued restoration of the entire site. Well, we'll come to you, and I wanted to point out one more thing, which is outside the Raleigh, but part of the site as well. These are some of the limited terrazzo that we had to get the foundations on the western side. But, and that was yesterday, and even we have new pictures are coming out today, so work is going on as we speak. Wanted to also point out that in addition to the Raleigh site, the beach crossover over the dunes had been in disrepair for years. City, a lot of resident complaints that, although it was roped up, some people wouldn't cross over because it was all broken up planks. The new owners immediately got on the beach access, got the FDB permits, and I'm happy to, you can see some of the before pictures, you'll see some of the images of what's going to be after. Before May 1st, it'll be completed. So we're working with FDP to make sure that it'd be done before May 1st, so not to impact the turtle nestings, which season just started, and hatchings will be coming up in the next month or so. So this will be completed. It'll be reintroduced to the public. So the new ownership has been actively working. We will then, once we have all the components that require the after the fact, we'll probably come to this board in July, September. Again, both the city has unanimously said that we couldn't wait till July or September not to do this and not do the shoring and not protect the building and take the risk during hurricane season. So that's why it's going to be an after the fact. There will be a second application coming to this board prior towards the end of fall for any of the modifications of the new tower, any tweaks the project wants to have. We will come later on with time, and that will be a separate process. With that, that was pretty the presentation that I had for the board, unless you have any questions.
This was basically before you to let you know that don't be surprised in a few months when they come back to you and more terrazzo is gone than was initially anticipated due to the additional foundation measures they have to do for the shoring and bracing. So initially we talked about more limited demolition of the terrazzo, and then we found out based upon the structural condition of the foundation or lack of a foundation in certain areas that they had to go further in terms of demolition of that terrazzo. That's why we are here for you today for that.
And for the record, the Raleigh Historic Building we're not adding any additional levels to it or weight. It's actually, we're reducing by removing part of the penthouse. The foundation is in such bad shape in order to preserve and protect the historic Raleigh building from the 40s, we need to have this work done as soon as possible. That's why my client, the moment he acquired it, had engineers out there in December and immediately made the decision that he had to get started so we wouldn't have any other surprises.
We didn't have a situation where a building official had declared it unsafe and had an issue with demolition, so we want to make sure that they had the building shored and braced, and so that was not a problem.
Thank you.
Mitch, go ahead.
Yeah, so, okay, you'll damage the terrazzo and repair it. What are you going to do? Put in pin pilings or new footings? What's the plan?
It'll be primarily the new footings, and then we have to, especially in the front and even through the basement level, we'll have to remove, a lot of the terrazzo is damaged, and then we have to remove portions of it in order to lay the new foundation that'll protect the building for the next 50, 60 years. So that's what, we'll predicate removing that terrazzo. But we've worked with the planning department to match all the colors that are on the site, we have a 3D imaging of the terrazzo. So everything's been done prior to any work being done. So in conjunction with the city, we could replicate and then preserve, like I said, I use the example of the famous martini in the Martini Bar. That's being cut out to be preserved as much as possible.
Question, I think I have the right building. The upper floors are also clad in terrazzo? I might be mixing it up with the National.
No.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And the building's been gutted since Tommy Hilfiger, who owned it back in 2016, who pulled the original permit. So the site's been on a construction site for over 10 years.
And exposed and.
Which is why the first step for the new owners was they wanted to make sure this building was protected, structurally sound, and not create an issue. And they're very concerned about the historic character.
I appreciate what you're doing and welcome to the community, or back to the community. Thank you.
Our next meeting is May 12th. Anybody who cannot attend, please let me know as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See, last very smooth. Good night.
Thank you so much.
We actually, I didn't hear.
No, we didn't say anything. He was just like, all right, so next meeting is.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes I'm more formal.
That's okay.